What's going on there, everybody? Just getting the map loaded up here, so we're getting really close on this thing here, I guess, as far as the map being done. I still got plenty to do, I guess, as far as with getting the official PDA for the map done, but it's starting to wrap up a little bit here. So I know I've tried to show, I guess, as far as a little bit of playtesting, I guess, as far as with this past Saturday, I guess, as far as the Appliance Line Studio Saturday. So I figured what I really need to do is just kind of show, I guess, as far as what I have playtested, I guess, as far as off stream. So that's what we're going to focus on here for the most part. It's just how the map plays through, I guess, as far as just the way it is on New Farmer. Brand new save, you know, fresh new save, I guess, as far as on New Farmer. So we'll take a look at everything that you'll start off with. There's still some things that are a work in progress, so I want to make that abundantly clear. So there are going to be some things that probably aren't going to look polished and finished, but for the most part, we just want to get an idea, I guess, as far as of where issues might present themselves with the map. Yeah, so it's going to be all about a perspective thing, so take it with a grain of salt, I guess, as far as if you see things not looking as they should be, or the way it's expected, that these can be corrected, and this is part of why we play test, I guess, as far as what we work on here, I guess, as far as to come to that conclusion. So, barring all that, we're going to just get right into it here. So we're going to confirm our character. Alright, so, this as I mentioned, this is in New Farmer. So as it stands right now, this is what we start off with here in New Farmer on a new save. I had considered, I guess, as far as to move the career start point, I guess, as far as in a different location. I was actually considering this as far as to move that over to the main static farm here, which none of this can be removed. I guess I want to make that clear as well. So this is all static items over here. I had considered, I guess, as far as to put the career start point somewhere over in this area. Either here or over where the starting equipment is. That's little things like that, I guess, as far as what I've been pondering like that. I guess I'm kind of looking possibly for just for a little bit of feedback or input as to what potential end users would want to have these things. So we play a little b-ball here over at the main starting farm. I should probably turn up the game sounds, actually. How about we do that? I don't know if y'all getting any of the game sounds at all, but it's coming in fine on my end. I just want to make sure y'all are able to hear some of the game sounds. Let me turn that down a little bit more. Alright. Cool. Oh, I got my balls rolling away. Gotta have a little bit of b-ball, something to do, I guess, as far as post-fact. There's a couple of different things, at least, that can be done here on the map. You know, as far as post-fact of doing all the work, all the field work and such. Which is something else I want to actually play test here. Why does this ball keep moving? We need to stay in one spot. May need to put a basket or something, something to be able to put the ball in so it doesn't roll away on you. Because it does not seem to want to stay in place. Put it right there. Is that gonna stay? Yeah, see, it's little stuff like this that I would like to resolve, I guess, as far as so there's no issues like that. But I guess it'll pretty much go right there by the pole. But anyway, you got a means to play some b-ball after a hard day on the field. But yeah, as I was saying, there is a couple things that can be done, I guess, as far as for fun, I guess, as far as here on the map. One of which, and I've showed it before, is the racetrack. And you don't really have to buy this unless you want to have the functionality of the gate, which we got another means, I guess, as far as to get into the track without actually purchasing it, and that's these boards, which if you move these, I've made such items like these, I guess, as far as if you move these, save the map, they will stay, I guess, as far as wherever you set them down at, so they don't reset, I guess, as far as a new save would do. But yeah, if you did want the functionality of the gates, as far as to get in and out of the track that way, you would need to purchase this, which involves purchasing the land, which is the better part of 300,000, I believe it was. We can take a look here real quick. So if we did want to buy this, yeah, it's 320,000, a little over, just north of 320,000 to be able to buy this. And once you buy that, you would have the access to the use of the gate for here. But you can get in, I guess, as far as you just want to climb your vehicles that you want to race the track on. So this is just one other thing that you can do, I guess, as far as for fun here on the map. After so it's not 100% completed, but for the most part, it's very usable. There's still some things I want to clean up on it. Mainly being able to put some more billboards and some informations on the road sign, which is on that end of the track. One of the decals, or one of the wall signs that I want to put on this end here, I kind of had an idea here and I haven't applied it yet, so it's just a matter of just getting it applied. But I'm thinking on this one here, I think would be super fun. I got a really cool idea, I guess, as far as for this end of the track, as far as to have some badging on here, is to have something related to the Moo-Moos, I guess, as far as that's the main theme of the map, being Dairyland 4X. So yeah, just one of the many other things that you can do here, I guess, as far as for fun here on the map. Let's jump back over to the main farm. Let's see, got our vehicle shop, got lots of stuff over here. See, and this is the other thing I was kind of a little bit leery about, as far as having too much to have to click through, I guess, as far as to get the items. That's just another thing I might take into consideration, I guess, as far as to make it not so cluttered on the PDA. And again, as I've already mentioned, the PDA hasn't officially been done up yet. That's still something that needs to be done. That'll take a little bit of time, I guess, as far as to get that nice and lined up. It's not incredibly hard to do, but that's definitely something else that does need to get dealt with. So we do have, just kind of skimming over some of the stuff I've already shown. So we've done some updates to the animal, as far as to be able to buy the animals. Still working on some of the ambient sounds too. So you can hear some of the ambient sounds that are here over at the Dairyland Livestock. Hear your cows and such barking at us. So yeah, I'm still working on some of the ambient sounds, I guess, as far as for the map. One of which, and I'm still putting the final touches to that, is to add some deals here. So there should be some ambient noise here at the co-op. This is one of the main sell points here for the map, central part of the map. I did have to do some refreshing or whatever on functionality of the scale, and it really just came down to I had one too many triggers into this thing. So this works fine as far as of the last offline playtest. So if you did, and this is available also in the store, I guess, as far as if you did want to put one of these scales. We'll go here and check some of the items here in the. Now we don't own this this piece of land, but you will be able to find this under tools, the buildings here. So if you did want to put one of these down on your own farm, it is available, I guess, as far as to do so. In fact, let's go on to our own farm and do that, just to give you an idea. Let's go ahead and just put it over here for now. So you can put one of these down on your own farm if you wish. And there that is. Fortunately, I don't have that one set up, I guess, as far as to visit that, but we can do this. There are plenty of things to include the outhouse, which does have the sleep trigger to that. We'll be able to come back over here. So yeah, you got starting silo. It does not have anything in the silo. It is empty on New Farmer. even on New Farmer. But it does have the setup here, I guess, as far as for the output and the input augers, I guess, as far as for that silo, as well as the starting equipment, which will allow you, I guess, as far as to maintaining your main starting farm field, I should say, I guess, as far as that has alfalfa to it. Something did get shifted on here, so I'm already noticing there is a little bit of a problem. Let me go check this real quick. So there might have been some things that did get shifted on here. There should be alfalfa on this deal here. So already off the bat, I'm noticing I am going to have to adjust some things. So one of the things that I did prior to this playtest is to remove sugarcane. So this map will not have the ability, I guess, as far as to put sugarcane on it. If you try to use a sugarcane planter on this map, it will not let you. The only thing I have not been able to do is get the so it is off the price table, but I have not been able to. It must be something that's just hard-coded somewhere within the Giants files to be able to get it completely out of the crop calendar. The only thing it does not provide, I guess, as far as is information of when to harvest and or plant, but it still maintains, I guess, as far as the sugarcane in the crop calendar. That's about the only remnant that's left for the sugarcane product here in the map. But as far as the price list, you will not see it in here, I guess, as far as let alone a sell point for sugarcane. Sugar beets is still fine. You can still get sugar pallets, I guess, as far as with that. But yeah, I'm already noticing right off the bat here there should be alfalfa in this field. And okay, so that's probably a good play test, I guess, as far as to do to see if it'll actually let us plant the alfalfa here. I will need to fix this, I guess, as far as prior to release, I guess, as far as to have this available with alfalfa, ready to harvest, ready to mow. So yeah, I think that would be a good test on this here, actually, I guess, as far as to make sure that the alfalfa is actually growing. Now, I do have this set up 1 day seasons. I believe no crop destruction. Let's go through the settings on this real quick. So we do have this on a time scale of 5. I am going to turn this off, though. I don't need that on. This is just a play test. I don't plan on saving that file. We do have it on 1 day seasons. We do have the seasonal growth. Snow is on. Crop destruction is on. Periodic plowing is off. I'm going to turn that on, actually. Weeds and stones are going to be on, just so we can get an idea of how that's all going to work. Just to name a few settings, I guess, as far as for this. Yeah, we don't need to save this for a playtest. So let's go ahead and see if we can actually prepare this field. So it's giving us no data. It does need plowing. Let's double check our condition of this field. Field 1, which is what you start off here in New Farmer. Alright, so it should be that it needs to be plowed. Okay. Now, interesting. Now, I do have precision farming also applied to this. That's probably another fair mention. Okay, so I don't know if I'm having, so it's telling me it needs plowing. It is owned by us. Okay. So I may need to do, okay, I may need to do actually a soil sample. That's what it's looking like. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and do that. I guess we need to get a soil sampler, send that sample in there so we can get some data for that, and then kind of go from there. Again, this is all playtest, so this should already be started off with alfalfa in New Farmer, so that's obviously something I still need to correct. So what we'll do, we got a little bit of funds. Oh wait, why am I down on funds? Oh, I did buy that scale. I forgot about that. just remembered. Yeah, so I did put that scale down there, so that did use a chunk of my money. I can probably go ahead and sell that. But we did place that down here, much the same one as over at the United Co-op, and it works much the same, regardless of where you put it. Let's go ahead in the build mode and get rid of that, so we can get some of our money back. Alright, we'll go ahead and sell that back. Cool. And it's just going to leave the spot there where it was. Let's go to the store. You can actually play test this to make sure that you can always go into the hotkey, I guess, as far as for the store, for sure. We'll go over here and make sure that it works as it's intended here in the front of the store, which is right over here in the front of the Tractor Supply. Alright, so if we go into this, we want to buy ourselves a soil sampler. So we're just going to use the default, what's available with precision farming. So, going to kind of mix it a little bit. Try to use mostly default equipment that's already built into the game, or in such things like the precision farming. So, we need to go to, I think it's under miscellaneous, I believe. There are some choice things, I guess, as far as that are built into the map to be able to handle things that are going on with the map. This one is based on the default here that'll carry fuel. This one will also carry methane, which can be produced over at the biogas over at the southwest corner of the map. So, just fair mention there. So we need ourselves a soil sampler. I'm going to be a little wet behind the ears, just a fair mention, I guess, as far as this one here. So I think what we do need, this one does take soil samples. This one will only, since we need to actually soil the sample. We need a soil sample, so we need this guy. Go ahead and get it. And we're just going to lease it. Alrighty then, so now we should have that right at the store. We'll go pick that up with our tractor. This is one of the starting pieces of equipment that we have here in New Farmer. We're just going to see how this all goes. If there's some things that need to be fixed, and like I already pointed out, I know there's some, right off the bat, I do need to fix that deal, I guess, as far as with that starting field. So some things obviously got shifted with taking the sugarcane completely out of the map. Completely ripped out of the map. Alright, so let's sample some sample our field here. Now I am not using my steering wheel during this test too, so please excuse my driving if it seems to be a little bit erratic. Okay, we need to unfold it. Now I haven't done anything, I guess, as far as to modify the sampler, so it's just going to be the default settings, I guess, for this. I need to turn my map on, actually. There we go. So there's the radius by default of what will be tested if we go to this spot. We're going to spread this out just a little bit. Whoops, wrong button. Bear with me. I'll switch it over to this one here. So we want to move this way a little bit. We'll sample it right about there. And do we have to lower it? E to take the soil sample. So it is currently taking a sample. There's one spot. Alright, let's go to the next spot. Let's go over this way. Obviously the little green circle will give you an idea of the area it's going to scan. Go over this corner. And we'll take a sample right there. So it's giving us the indication here. If we go into this here, that's going to tell us that it's been, so we go into precision farming. That soil sampling has been taken in that area, so that seems to be working the way it's supposed to. So far, so good. Alright, so let's go to the next spot. Let's get this whole field scanned. I might actually take a look at how some of the contracts worked as well, on top of doing the soil sampling. Alright, that's been sampled. Moving right along. So far, this seems to be working just fantabulous. Other than the fact that there should already be alfalfa on this one here, that's something I will definitely be correcting. Plenty of things, little things like that, that I'm still fine-tuning, I guess, as far as to get that all done up correctly. Okay, so that one's go to this side of the field. Now, it obviously does cost us a certain amount of dollars for the number of samples that we take. So far we've taken 6. This should be the 7th. Oh, that's actually counting as 6. Alright, never mind. So we should have to do probably about 8 to get this whole field. Eight would probably be a nice solid number for this field. And last but not least, so far we got 7. Now, like I said, I'm going to be a little bit rusty with how this precision farming works, so I got to remember how it is again that we turn the samples in. Okay, so we got to use... Alright, we're done taking samples, so now we just go ahead and send these in. Just press Y. Okay, so we should see the results in the soil samples, so we should be able to see it over here. So we've taken all of our soil samples, and that costed us $400, I guess, as far as to do 8 soil samples. Not bad at all. Alright, now, did it actually give us a reading? I forget how long it actually takes, I guess, as far as for us to get a reading. Go right back into precision farming. Yep, it did give us a reading. So this is silty clay, for the most part, that is for this field. So it turns out the soil sample does result in silty clay. Alright, cool. So anyway, that is all done. Let's go take this back to the store. Show off, I guess, as far as how we can sell it. Now, again, you can always go back into the hotkey for the store. Be able to sell your items that way. Since we're right here, we got the store right next to us and our main farm. I'm gonna jump right in here. Go ahead and open this up. You can go into any one of these 3 bays. Or if you got more than one, you can fold this up actually. Turn that off. If you got more than one piece of equipment, I guess, as far as to get worked on. My steering, don't mind my steering, like I said. Alright, so like I said, you can just jump in any one of these markers in any of the 3 bays. And we can go ahead and send that back. You want to use the scout, and we'll go ahead and return that. There we go. That is now returned. Well, we got some pigeons living inside here. Pretty cool how they the sounds, I guess, as far as the way the sound, the ambient sounds that's built into the game, I guess you could say. So when you're in a building like this, you can hear the echo, even of the crack rickets as far as in this building. Pretty fascinating, actually. Okay, so now that we got that done, now let's take a look at our field. So we know we've got silty clay to work with. I don't know if that's a good soil or not, I guess, as far as to put stuff like alfalfa. Our nitrogen is way down. It's still showing it needs plowing. Let me check that status. Right there. Okay, there's the nitrogen level. So yeah, we're definitely pretty low on that. The pH needs to come up just a touch. Around silty clay. Okay, so let me go back into here. Da-da-da-da. Want the hot spots I need. It was showing it needed to be plowed. I want to see if it will actually show that. So, it should be red. I'm not sure why it's not showing red, but the info on the ground is definitely showing that it needs to be plowed, so we'll probably do that. And I feel kind of bad not putting the one mod plow that I love, the straight plow. So we'll probably have to, it's not a very big field, so it's not going to be too much of a big deal. In fact, I think I got a plow right here. That is one of the starting pieces of equipment, so we'll just go ahead and use that. Any of this, obviously, regardless of what mode you started in, can always be sold. You don't have to use it if you don't want to, but... Alrighty then. So we do not want to allow to create fields, we just want to plow the field that's already there. That's going to be our approach to this. I hate these kind of plows. I like the straight plows much better. I will straight up say that. Drop that down. And we're plowing the field. So we're limiting it to just what the field we got here. What we're going to attempt to do here is actually manually plant some alfalfa, even though this field in this new farmer mode would start off with, so they're not actually plowing. So yeah, there might be an issue with this field right off the bat. Is that actually plowing? Let me see if it is. Alright, well this is why we play test. It looks like there's something wrong with this field right off the bat. I might have to, something with this one there, okay. So it's not even show that it is plowed. I'm not even sure what that image is, okay. Okay then. Alright, so it's maybe failure on my part, I guess, as far as on how, so when I play tested it prior to, completely taking the sugar cane out of the map, it was working just fine. Is this actually down? I don't think it is. This is why I hate these types of plows. If I haven't mentioned that already. Hold on, we gotta go up. Something tells me this needs to be turned. Okay, I'm a little bit confused then. So how does this plow work? Does anybody know? So is it not? We just got to drop this one down. Almost seems like it needs to turn. Maybe? Yes? Left plow. Old plow. I'm so confused right now. This is why I hate these types of plows. I would say that. So I don't know. Almost seems like it needs to be turned. Okay. It is not plowing this though. It's showing the plowing animation, but okay, let's do allow create fields just out of curiosity. It does work that way, but I really don't want it to do that, so I'll have to watch how I'm plowing here. It does let me plow. I'm not sure why this is not. It's like it's almost not recognizing this as a field. That's interesting. Definitely have to be taking a look at that and see what's going on with this this field. Okay, let's see. Is it actually showing that it's plowed? Okay, it is showing it's plowed. Now the only thing is I've had to put it on allow to create fields. So limit to fields obviously doesn't seem to recognize it as a field. That's definitely something I'll have to be looking into. Alright, I'll go ahead and plow this. We'll just continue to play test. Oop, yeah, getting off. Don't want to take too much of my buffer out there, which I want to plant alfalfa in this deal. Well, it's not so much an issue with the plow, it's just the way the field is not being recognized as a field for some reason. What I'm trying not to do is take out too much of my buffer there, which is the dirt. I want to maintain that as much as possible. Probably not the proper way to actually plow, I guess, as far as if we were doing this IRL, but it is just a play test. Looking to see, you know, what problems do exist that still need to be addressed, and yeah, can't say it enough. It's kind of puzzling me in a way, I guess, as far as to why this one. The only thing I can relate it to is the fact that I did take that sugar cane out completely, and I think that did shift some things. As far as the types of crops that are available in the map. So there's a hierarchy of sorts when you have the number of crops in there. If you have, so I set this field, I guess, as far as to be alfalfa. So when I took the sugar cane out, it kind of erased, I guess, as far as and bumped everything up or down, depending on its position. I guess as far as of crop types, I guess as far as for the map. And I think that's what it did, is it just erased this off the field that I had set to do, I guess, as far as alfalfa right off the bat. Definitely be correcting that prior to release. Not plowing this very straight, but we're doing the best we can. Amazing how much brute strength, I guess, as far as this this is a modded John Deere 6R. Still got the same base engine, base motor in it, so nothing's been modified to that, but it does have some nice features onto it that I like to have, such as row crop tires and things like that. Also is color changeable, it makes it kind of nice. So far, we're able to plow this area out, I guess, as far as by allowing to create fields. But yeah, definitely need to get it corrected So initially, the way I had this area set up here that I'm currently working on was already plowed, limed, and so on to have alfalfa on it ready to mow. So yeah, that's obviously changed, I guess, as far as me taking that sugar cane out. We did this much the same way, I guess, as far as for the FS19 version of the map. Main difference, I guess, as far as with this one, obviously, is the fact that it is a 4X. So we got a fruits and vegetable garden there that you can, got a couple of different ways that you can grow strawberries and things like that into it. Strawberries, tomatoes, lettuce. You can do potatoes, sunflowers. It also has protections for the winter. So it's kind of like an all year round type of garden, I guess, as far as that will get protected during the winter. It does give you the option, I guess, as far as to be a little bit more thorough on how you plant. So you can either just add the manure and water, and can be growing whatever type of crops that you want based on that, or you can add the fertilizer and such, and I guess get a little bit more of a better yield, I guess, as far as off the crops planted in that garden. Yeah, so at least it's letting us plow this, and it is showing us, just, I guess, as far as that it is plowed. Hence the dull purple, I guess, as far as in the area. The soil sample for this came back as silty clay. This actually probably be a pretty good test to see how well our alfalfa that we'll plant here, I guess, as far as will fare. I do wish that I did put my straight plow, it's a modded straight plow, just I think it's a 6 or a 9 meter. I wish I would have brought that on here. I was really wanting to go into this as far as to use as much of the in-game stuff as possible, just to kind of show how the map plays through just with vanilla equipment. So the only thing, as far as the setup here that is modded, would be the 6R. And really, the engine setup is the same. It's default. It hasn't been changed. But it does have some other nice little options, I guess, as far as that I don't currently have applied to it, such as color change to the rims and other wheel options. These are one of the standard trailboard tire setups, I guess, as far as what you can get with this one. That's in the game by default. And this is a non-modded plow, whichever type this is. I can't stress enough, I guess, as far as the how much I hate these kind of plows. It's just a personal preference of mine, I guess, as far as to have more of a straight plow than a one that's on an angle like this. We're getting some stones in here. We might have to roll this after we plow. And we do have a roller available to us as part of the starting equipment. We'll go back and get this area that I missed. Again, I missed all that edge there. I'm not going to really worry about it too much here. We aren't saving our progress during this play test here. This is absolutely just 100% just a play test. I don't intend to get as far as to save this playthrough. So as I adjust things to the map, it's going to more than likely require me to start a new save anyway. Kind of interested to see, I guess, as far as how our alfalfa will take, I guess, as far as once we plant it on this plot that we're plowing. It's probably a good thing it's not much bigger than it is. I didn't plan to have to do this, to be honest. But, yep, here we are. I was hoping maybe just be able to go ahead and start mowing the alfalfa that is supposed to start in this field. But as I said, we'll get that fixed, I guess, as far as prior to the official release of this map. Which, I'm really hoping, I guess, as far as to get it out there soon. That's part of the reason why I wanted to get a playtest out to it, is as far as just to kind of show how far along the map progress is, as far as the map build progress is. You can see, even as I'm doing this field here, it's totally playable. I am missing some spots on the very edge there, but I'm not going to worry about it. We won't worry about that. As long as we can get the majority of the core of this field, I guess that'll be really good to go. I'm surprised how well this 6R, it only has like 128 horsepower to it. It's plowing this thing like a champ. Better part of 7 miles an hour. Now if we had a much bigger tractor, obviously we'd be able to get this done quicker. But just kind of showing off what we do have as starting equipment here in new farmer mode over the map. This tractor can be upgraded, even as it is the default 6R, John Deere 6R, can be modified, I guess, as far as to get a bigger engine to it. But the other thing I'm noticing as I do this here, a lot of smaller stones, so not a lot of big stones. Not any huge stones. The field will still need to get rolled, I guess, as far as once we plow it, that's for sure. And general rule of thumb, I guess, as far as for most, I mean, the game has been out for quite some time, as you want to roll it. And I think it's just a part of personal preference there. It's almost better to roll it and then plant, as opposed to plant and then roll. I think we'll take the approach of that. Once we get this plow, we'll roll it, and then we'll go ahead and plant it with some alfalfa, just to see how that works out. That's going to be our game plan. And then we'll definitely need to get the nitrogen level up, just as far as to put some fertilizer into it. We got some pretty low nitrogen levels on this silty playground. Definitely need to boost that up. We do have a sprayer, as you can see, sitting over there by our barn. We will just need to get some liquid fertilizer from the store. So we're kind of conveniently located, and if you haven't noticed, I guess, as far as next to the store, to be able to pick up our items. That's kind of by design too. I've never really liked much, I guess, as far as starting on any type of map, to have the store just a zillion miles away, I guess, as far as just to get things started. I like to have it relatively close, which this is close, but it's not like too close. It's kind of just the right amount of close, if you catch my meaning. Back this up and get this all over here. This big old patch here that we missed. Again, I'm trying not to ruin my dirt buffer that I have around this field, because it does come in handy, I guess, as far as to have that dirt buffer when you go to, especially when you go to mow the alfalfa. You don't have to worry about cutting into the other type of grass, as far as next to what you got planted here as alfalfa in the field. We all know how that works, just as far as when you try to make bales or to pick the alfalfa up off the ground. and it tends to pick up that other type of grass. Changes your whole bale and or what's in the wagon, I guess, as far as to that last type that you picked up. So in an effort, I guess, as far as for it not to change what we pick up off the ground, being in the form of a bale or just loose, we put that buffer around the field as far as the dirt that you see there. Hopefully during this play test here we'll be able to see how that works out. Be able to explain, I guess, as far as how having this dirt buffer around our field actually helps us out. Now it does take, and I've done plenty of offline testing, I guess, as far as the alfalfa. The grass will take. Now I do have this, keeping in mind we do have this in one-day seasons. It should take, for the most part, 3 in-game days for the grass to be ready to harvest. Any of the grass. So the alfalfa works much the same as your regular grass. The big advantage that you will have to planting alfalfa is if you have more of it as opposed to regular grass, you'll get a better price for it, either in the form of bales and or loose. So that's one of the things to take into consideration as to whether or not you're considering this as far as to plant regular grass and or alfalfa. Because there's an advantage, I guess, as far as if you have excess of alfalfa, to be able to make a little bit of spending cash, I guess, as far as by selling it, either loose or in the form of bales. That's also kind of by design. So other than it just being just a different type of grass, in comparison, there's definitely a little bit of a benefit to plant alfalfa as opposed to regular grass. Can't really stress that enough. So we're just prepping this field, I guess, as far as so that we can plant that alfalfa. Appreciate any and all, I guess, as far as they're stopping by, even if you're in a lurking capacity. I always keep it in mind, I guess, as far as that, a lot of times when I do stream, that everybody's just either coming home from work, getting ready to wind down, they're getting dinner ready, might have some adulting to do, I guess, as far as from that. So this is kind of my version of adulting. This is how I relax and chill out, is just to either work on the map itself, I guess, as far as, and you've all seen, I guess, plenty of that here on the channel, or to actually do some play testing of it. This is how I like to wind down. Just chillax. And just enjoy the fruits of the labor, I guess, as far as that we've applied to the map build. Alright, you know what? I'm going to turn the sky off. I don't need that one anymore. You can see more of the map that way. I want to kind of remind everybody too, I guess, as far as that's tuning in, if you're listening, that I do have scheduled, I posted up on the tweeters and the Rock Nation Discord, that there is scheduled a 5-year Twitch anniversary for the channel here this coming Saturday, following on Small Design Studios Saturday, as is the tradition. And this is all your formal invitation, I guess, as far as to attend. Got some things planned, I guess, as far as just to kind of celebrate, I guess, as far as 5 years on Twitch. Hard to believe it's been that long. We've had some ups and downs, that's for sure. We had the better part of last year, not last year, but the year before. So a majority of 2021. In fact, we had to miss out on doing our 3rd year Twitch anniversary due to some setbacks, I guess, as far as having the proper hardware to be able to do so. So for no other reason, we want to be able to celebrate that we're able to do this and continue to do this, I guess, as far as due to the support of those like yourself that are watching. I very much appreciate it as far as everybody that has supported the efforts here for myself and just the channel in general. I would not be able to do it without you. So as a means to show my appreciation, I guess, as far as for that, for those that have been have attended, I guess, as far as past Twitch anniversaries here on the channel, I do tend to be a little bit giving, I guess, as far as of myself, I guess, as far as, so I do like to give mementos, I guess, as far as for those that did attend, in the form of either game giveaways and or something of the digital nature, just to show that you were in attendance. And I plan on doing the same thing, I guess, as far as for this upcoming Twitch anniversary. You know what? I'm going to straighten this row up. I got this one a little crooked. We're getting there slowly but surely. Oh wow, why did that not plow that? Is that one of those? Oh, you know what? It's a low spot, that's why. Going on an angle. There we go, we got it. Nailed it. A little bit of a low spot there, it looked like. Hope the game sounds are coming through well for everybody. If they are not, if they're too loud, not loud enough, definitely let me know. I can always adjust those accordingly. They are coming through my end, from what I can see, it's fine, but that doesn't mean that it's the same for everybody. So, I did figure out some things, so those that did tune in Saturday, this past Saturday, for the stream, I did run into some issues with the windrow storage. I have done some work on that to hopefully resolve and come up with as reasonable a solution as I could with what we have available to us, or something like that. I really wanted to have it designed as a silo, just so that it would give more information, I guess, as far as that a silo parameters do provide. It comes to turn out there's a limitation to what we can have for visual fill planes for a silo, which, from what I've tested, more times than I care to count, I guess, as far as is limited to 2 at a time. So with that, it created the necessity, I guess, as far as to redesign that windrow storage building, I guess, as far as a production as opposed to a silo. And I can show that here in the store here momentarily. I can just kind of do that. Right, meow. So if you go into the store, for those that did tune in, I did have it set up initially as a silo, which would have been under this category, right? We've had to move that out of this category because, as we can see, it gives the capacity as a silo, I guess, as far as to be able to tell how much will go into it. That was one of the primary reasons I wanted the windrow storage, I guess, as far as to be designed more as a silo. But that limitation to the visual fill planes, as far as the items that you put in there, which we had 5 different types of items to put in there, it will only let me use 2 visual fill planes, I guess, as far as out of those 5. Was kind of a no bueno for me, I guess, as far as when it comes to, you know, just the whole use of that. So what I've had to do is actually put that same window storage as a production instead. So what it basically does, there's really nothing it produces per se. You get the same item that you take out. The only downside was it doesn't tell you right off the bat, so I had to include that in the name of the building itself, as far as how much it'll hold of each item. So that's really the only downside and the simple solution, I guess, as far as that I came up with the design of this window storage, which is right here. I'm not going to put that down just yet, but So instead of it being a silo, it'll be a production. And as you can see, per the info there, you get the same thing that you take out. Though it doesn't produce anything per se, but it's just, this is the only way I've been able to figure out to get more than one type of fill plane. So I am able to get all 5 types that'll go into that by designing it more as a production as opposed to a silo. That was the, that's kind of like the pros and cons, I guess, as far as how that went anyway. Hopefully that will be sufficient, I guess, as far as for those that use it. I just wanted a means, I guess, as far as to be able to put loose windrows as far as straw and stuff like that, instead of just baling it continuously. It's like if you did want to use it and keep it loose, just to have to be able to have something to be able to put that all in. So that was my solution to that. So pretty much anything that can be cut loose, as far as regular grass, hay, alfalfa hay, and straw can all go into that building. So it removes the necessity to have to bale it right away. You can just store it in there. If you want to spit it out later, put it out on the ground and bale it at a later time, you can do that. This gives you a means to be able to do that. I'm being lazy and not wanting to pick up this plow, so I'm just... And don't mind my driving still. I am just using keyboard and mouse, so go easy on me. I do appreciate the going easy on me as far as my driving. I think I'm doing pretty good, actually, I guess, as far as considering not using a steering wheel. The steering wheel is sitting right over there, but I didn't feel like... I was kind of really debating as far as how I wanted to do today's stream. There are some things that I still want to work on with the map, just the finishing touches, much like the racetrack that I showed earlier. But I know y'all have been kind of probably curious, I guess, as far as just to see some play testing of this map, so I figure I want to get that out to you guys. But hopefully this is definitely sufficient. I've been kind of curious myself, just to kind of get some feedback for anybody that does care to want to share any. I like to take some constructive criticism, not just criticism in general, but constructive criticism. So if at any time that I'm doing anything during this playtest that you see is happening, definitely do feel free to chime out. But do keep in mind, this is still relatively considered a work in progress. I don't 100% consider it to be finished, to be final. Anything and everything at this point can still be fine-tuned. Or just to polish it up and make it nicer than it is already. But hopefully it is presenting itself, I guess, as far as so far, to be satisfactory. That is the hope, anyway. And I'm missing some spots here, so I'm just kind of correcting my trajectory as we move along. Yeah, so this is showing that it is getting plowed. You can see that pale purple that it applies for green plowed. We'll need to roll this after we get done with plowing, which we do have the implement over in our starting equipment, I guess, as far as being able to do that. And then once we roll it, we'll commence to planting our alfalfa, making sure that it'll allow us to do that, that's for sure. Which it should, but if it don't, then obviously that's something that needs to be looked into. That's all a part of the playtesting. Plenty of areas to buy within the outer realms, the outer ring, I guess, as far as of the map. I know I don't have the PDA updated yet to kind of show that, but we kind of go in here real quick. Gotta take a little bit of a break. Need my fingers need a break. So in these outer stretches of the map, so you can kind of, it's not 100% that way, but if you take the outer reaches, the outer edges of the text that's on here, that is the border of the map. So you have all these fields that are from the original standard size map. Stretch that out, I guess, as far as to the very edges of the text. That is the new border of this map, which encompasses the whole idea of the 4x. So it is 2 times the size of a standard map, which 2 by 2 is 4x. Just to kind of put it into perspective there. So we do have some farmers that do have things growing. What type of things do they have growing, you might ask? Let's see here. Wait a minute, do we have... Why is there fields out here? That should not be. That's interesting. There should be no fields out here. So that may be something else we'll have to look at. I wonder if the... maybe that's why we weren't showing, I guess, as far as this needs plowing. Interesting. That seems to be off-center here, I guess, as far as with our plowing. I'll have to check that out. That was not presenting itself prior to me removing the sugar cane. So yeah, I'll definitely have to take a look at that. This should be, you can kind of get an idea here, this one here should be on this, for example. I'll have to be looking into that to see what's happening with that. That should be one of the info layers. Yeah, so this part right here, for example, would go right on here in field 9. So it is definitely not sized right, I guess, as far as for that layer. So I need to definitely check into that. Alright, no big deal. So we wanted to take a look at what type of things are growing. What are these other farmers growing? They are growing. So we have some wheat on field 17. We have, I guess, yeah, potatoes. That potatoes here on 20. 18 has sugar beets. So yeah, we got farmers just growing, our NPCs are growing some, just a variety of stuff, I guess, as far as under the fields. This is our field right over here that we're currently working on. This little guy. That's what we start off here in New Farmer. Just to kind of give an idea. So, yep, that's definitely something else that, you know, as we continue to play test this, looks like something I need to adjust as far as that layer for cloud. That's definitely not presenting itself properly. Need to get that fixed. So yeah, the way my brain works, just as far as like that, I got an idea of what I need to look at, and I'm taking physical notes, my little notepad here, of things that I need to address post fact of this this playtest here today. And as I initially think of these things, it should be a pretty simple fix. Should be. I know plenty of things as I've worked on them. It's just like as I tackle them, they tend to be a little bit more challenging, I guess, as far as than I initially expected. And that's definitely been shown plenty of times during live streams, as far as the things that we create for this map build. And one example being that that windrow storage, as far as the things that were happening during that that testing. We have come to a reasonable resolution, I guess, as far as to that problem, as I've already explained. So it's always nice, I guess, as far as to be able to figure out a solution to a potential problem. Yeah, so there are files, different files that are involved with different info layers, as we call them. So there is one for plowing. That's why we get the color, I guess, as far as for this area being plowed. And that other area, I guess, as far as that tells us that it does need to be plowed. That's a separate layer. That's obviously not lined up with our fields properly, so that's definitely something I'll have to look at. I think it's just a sizing issue. It might have been one that I overlooked, I guess, as far as, because we did turn this map originally from a standard size map to a 4x. So I'm kind of thinking initially, I guess, as far as that, just missed one of those files that we had to resize. that'll be something I'll be looking at post-stream. To see that we did do that properly. We're getting there, a little bit at a time. Now, if I was to use, there's plenty of modded items, I guess, as far as that'll allow us to go either faster or bigger plow. That's to the end user's ability, I guess, as far as to use whatever you find is necessary, I guess, as far as to get the job done. During this playtest, I'm, for the most part, trying to use as much in default vanilla equipment as possible, just to show what it would take, I guess, as far as to get this job done. Just to make it a little bit clearer. Well, so far it's taken us about a half an hour since the start. Since we started plowing the field, so making good time based on what we have to work with here. Yeah, so give or take a half an hour it's taken us so far. But that's the whole joy, I guess, as far as doing the farm work. It's, to get it done in like one swipe, which I've seen plenty of playthrough of that to me is not really fun. The fun part is just, you know, just kind of chillax and sitting back and let the tools do the work. It says it would IRL. And it is always nice too, I guess, as far as when everything does work as it's intended. So like if I wasn't able to plow this field, that's definitely something I would have had to look into right away to see what was going on before we can continue with the playtest. Since it is letting me plow, we're going to go through the rest of the motion, I guess, as far as to get our alfalfa planted on this field. I was really kind of hoping, I guess, as far as to show, I know some of you have already seen it, but through some of the other testing that we've done here on the map, but whoa. Gotta love that keyboard steering, you know? Gotta love it. Hope everybody's doing well out there, I guess, as far as on this Monday. Kind of was a little bit of a manic Monday, I guess, as far as a typical Monday. It's another reason why I like to get into these games and just kind of chill out. Let the frustrations of the day just kind of fade away. I knew I was going to miss that. It's going to veer it off a little too much there. We'll correct our trajectory and just move right along. I know some of the IRL farmers out there would be cringing, I guess, as far as that we backing up without lifting the implement. That's usually in IRL, that's not a good thing to do. That'll wreck the tines or whatever on the plow. Putting all that force as far as in the wrong direction. At this point, I kind of do feel like I'm doing all the talking, though. I might just have to be quiet here for a little bit and just kind of enjoy the sounds that is plowing a field. We're almost done, though. There is some satisfaction that we get out of finishing a task. It's just one of several tasks that we'll have to do on this field to get it planted with some alfalfa. We're going to be rolling this field next after we get it plowed. fact, it should... Whoa! Why am I steering that way? It should give us the indication that it will need to be rolled once we get this plowed. In fact, if we jump out here real quick, see, our pH needs to come up a little bit. It is silty clay. Nitrogen is way down. So this... See how we step into this area that's plowed, it's saying it does not need to be plowed, but if we go here, it does say it does need to be plowed, so there you go. Yep, so that seems to be working as much the same as the pH and the nitrogen levels, which we did get the sample. We do need to correct the pH and the nitrogen levels. So the way we adjust the pH is to add lime. And depending on who you ask, tend to have a... There's really no right or wrong way, I guess, as far as to go about it. You do definitely want to correct the pH and nitrogen level before you plant. That's what I like to do anyway. And like I said, depending on who you ask, some would beg to differ that you can definitely lime it, get the pH up, then plant. This is all after you roll, of course. Some necessarily would like to roll after they plant. So get the pH up with lime, plant it after that, roll it, and then fertilize it. Or you can, if you got a really sophisticated setup, you can fertilize as you plant. In either case, that it's different, I guess, as far as depending on which farmer you talk to. But in any case, you definitely want to get the lime applied to the field if the pH is too low. Definitely before anything. You can lime it after you plant. It's just it changes. I don't know how else to put it. I guess as far as it kind of changes the integrity of the seed that you plant. In this case, it will be the alfalfa. So depending on how much you need to bring the pH up on here, it may change the integrity of that seed that you're planting, regardless of what it is. So you want that lime really to kind of work itself into the soil. So if you lime it and then fertilize before you plant, then it allows, especially if you use liquid fert instead of solid fert, because there is a difference there. And again, that comes down to, depending on which farmer you talk to, will think differently. But my whole, just using the science behind it, if you're going to use a solid product, as far as to bring pH up, which would be lime, you want to counter that, I guess, as far as with a liquid fertilizer to get that to kind of embed itself into the soil prior to seeding it. That's my approach. And then if you want to go ahead and roll it after you seed, that's fine too. Definitely helps to seed it to kind of work. Oh my goodness, my steering is all over the place right now. Again, go easy on my steering. I'm only using keyboard and mouse. I appreciate the consideration on that. I'm doing the best I can. We're getting there though. We're almost done. Oh, whoop, whoop, whoop. That's the brakes. I don't want to break it. I should have put my farming music on, actually. I know I got some ambient stuff playing there, but that's usually what I'll use, I guess, as far as when we're creating things. It's kind of my go-to. Definitely once we get this map officially released, I guess, as far as there's going to be an official playthrough of this, as I've always done. Which will involve, I guess, a little bit of farming music. A little bit of bluegrass, a little bit of, you know, country-ish type of stuff. You know, you got to have the right type of tunes going on, I guess, as far as when you're farming. And again, that probably comes down to, depending on which farmer you talk to, has a different taste. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm going to run out. I know for those that aren't quickly tuned in here, I just noticed we did surpass an hour on the stream. And hopefully you're all having fun. I know I am. So if you're stopping by and you're enjoying this, and you haven't followed yet, make sure you do that. Get the notifications when the streams go live. I'm going to run a quick ad, though, really quick. 30-second ad, just to kind of keep the pre-rolls at bay. I apologize for those that are not subbed to the channel. We'll be back in just a few. Alright, hopefully that ad should be done. Should have been a quick little 30-second deal. What's going on there, Casual? What's happening? Do let me know, I guess, as far as if the ad is over with. If y'all get that. Potentially, if you didn't refresh, if it didn't take place and you did refresh, then it may not have played for you. But trying to keep these pre-rolls, I guess, as far as that beta, just a little bit. We want new people to be able to chime in, I guess, as far as about having to watch an ad, if we can control that. My one earbud's giving me trouble here again. Might have to change it out again. I've changed this one earbud out so many different times, it's not even funny. Hope you're doing well there, Casual. Appreciate you coming on in. We're just doing some play testing, I guess, as far as on our map build of Dairyland 4X here for Farming Simulator 22. For anybody that would like more information on the map build, besides what I'm showing here on the live stream, ! map in the chat. There's not a lot on there as of yet, but that will be where the map will become available, as well as a readme for the map, as well as a pictorial, kind of like a picture portfolio, I guess, as far as of things going on with the map. So feel free to check that out if you wish. Whoa, I went way, way out. I know this is a little bit different, I guess, as far as what you're used to there, probably, Casual, right? So we're kind of taking a break a little bit from the coding and scripting and such that is involved, I guess, as far as with the map build, and just kind of putting it to use. Enjoying the fruits of our labor, as we like to do. We're just kind of testing out to make sure everything is working as it's designed. So far, there are some adjustments that I do have to make. And that's to be expected, I guess, as far as when it comes to play testing. Celtic coming on in. Hey, what's going on here? Moon? Welcome on in. We got Casual coming in. We got Moon. Appreciate any and all that are dropping in, I guess, as far as to check out the play test of the Dairyland 4X map. It's getting pretty close, I guess, as far as to coming to completion. There are definitely some things I still got to address, as we've definitely pointed out a little bit earlier this stream. Good to see, I guess, as far as you got the Twitch things figured out there, Moon. I guess as far as well, you were having the frustrations, I guess, as far as with getting the Twitch logged in and all that stuff. So that's good to see you got that all straightened out. Hope you're doing well. So we got maybe one more row, one more run here. Yeah, definitely good to see, I guess, as far as you got that all squared away. I know I've had the frustrations, I guess, as far as with things not going to log in correctly, I guess, as far as with the Twitch. It'd be either on the phone or through the web browser, and that's one thing I will say that's pretty good with Twitch support. They're pretty good at getting those things corrected, so hopefully that was the case, I guess, as far as for your experience. Hopefully that experience went well. As far as Twitch support, man, my steering is terrible. I'm much better, I guess, as far as the steering wheel. Just saying. Ah, come on now. Why not? Okay. Just gotta steer it the right way though. See, I'm still missing. So I'm not quite gonna get it all in one swipe. I didn't really do straight roll. I'm not using GPS or anything like that. That's probably another thing to mention. When I play test these things, I like to use as much vanilla equipment as possible. That's first and foremost. I realize that most people that would play through it would probably more than likely use GPS or such things like AI drive and things like that. I will say, with that being said, oh my goodness. Hold on, let me correct my steering. I don't know why it keeps veering off that way. I'm trying to get it all in one swipe and it's not going to happen, so I'll probably have to come back to it. Anyway, with all that being said, there is not, how do I put this? So when you hire workers, it's fine, as long as it's already a predefined field. Be it either, like when I'm working on here. As far as to task out, you know, to go from one point to another, that is not 100% all that great, just to put it simply. So, yeah, and I think it's become evident, I guess, as far as even on a lot of the default maps, which there's the 3 that are available by default, as far as the Alpine map, Elm Creek, and the French map. When you try to use AI, I guess, as far as to go from one cell point to another, or just from one point to the other, it's not a perfect science. And that's definitely evident here with the design of this map as well. As many things that I've tried to do to fine-tune, I guess, as far as how that works there, what it's really going to come down to, as far as for the end user, I guess, as far as to have a better experience with getting AI, I guess, as far as to drive more appropriately, is to use such things as Courseplay and AI Drive, which are a couple of different mods that are available. So yeah, the whole thing, and I'm sure Giants is aware of this as well, it's not a perfect science when it comes to using the in-game stuff. It's nice that it's there, but everything that I've done on this map to kind of smooth it out a little bit, it's not really all that great. So, but again, it's still with hiring workers, I guess, as far as for already predefined fields, either if you plow them yourself or if they're already defined on the map, that still works fine. That still can all be, oops, we gotta actually lift it first before we can fold it. There we go. I hate those kind of I hate these too. Yeah, I was trying to just kind of reserve. I like the straight plows better. And again, I do have a really nice modded straight plow. I believe it is a John Deere, if I remember right. But I'm trying to use as much vanilla equipment as possible. Understanding and realizing that most people that would potentially play through the map, they would use their own equipment, which is their prerogative. But yeah, most of the stuff that I'm playtesting here is all going to be default equipment, just default in-game vanilla equipment. Just for fair mention. So, wait a minute, I thought I already had it folded. What the heck? All right, fine, be that way. We should be able to undo it. There we go. Sweet. All right, so that's done. I'm not going to worry about washing it because we're not saving this playthrough anyway. Next thing we need to do is roll it. Now, what I wanted to check, it should show out here that it needs to be rolled. Let's see what it says out here. So we are silty clay. We did do this sampling. Let's go in here real quick. And we were checking out crops earlier. So we do have the alfalfa that we can plant, which we are going to get planted on this field. We're going to test that out. This needs to be fixed. This is one of the things that I was mentioning that does need to get corrected. That should be a pretty simple fix. I believe this happened, I guess, as far as when I went through the process of completely removing sugarcane. So there is no sugarcane on this map. If you wanted to have sugarcane on here and you go to try to plant it, it will tell you you can't. So prior to me doing that, this was fine. So I think something got screwed up, I guess, as far as that. That should be easily fixable. We'll be looking at that post fact. But let's take a look at our states here. So we got cultivated. This should show plowed. Yep, so we got that dark or dull purple. This other purple is for harvested, which we're not to that point yet. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and roll this next. Now that we got it plowed, and then we'll work on getting some lime to it. We'll have to get we'll have to lease or get ourselves a spreader for that. Alrighty then. Yeah, but I'm right with you there, Moon. I guess as far as with these types of, I hate them. I don't like them. I would much rather prefer using a straight plow, but just for the playtesting goes, I guess as far as that works. Alright, let's get our roller, which is another one of the pieces of the starting equipment. Whoops, I don't want to move that guy. That's our silo setup. That does require the input and output augers. I may have to move some of this stuff around, though it's not quite so crowded. So one of the first things that I did put down as far as placeable items was this silo, and I already had the positions for these already set. As far as that's a totally separate function as far as to get these starting pieces of starting equipment done, and I just haven't moved them yet. So I am finding I will have to make some adjustments to how these spawn in New Farmer, at least anyway. Alright, so we got our roller. This is the smaller roller, just for clarity. So there is two roller options. There's a bigger one that does require a bigger tractor. This one works pretty well for what we have, so let's get this unfolded. The one thing I don't like about the bigger roller is you cannot lift it without it folding. This one works nicer, I guess, as far as so you can unfold or unfold it and still drop it down. So if you need to turn, at a faster speed, you can do that. The bigger roller that's available by default, you can't do that. If you try to lift it, it'll automatically try to fold it, which takes longer. So that's why I've made this one more available, since the field size is not that big. Alright then, so let's go ahead and drop that down. So we don't have a lot of stones. That's probably one other thing I wanted to look at here as far as the stones. So if we go into the layer where the stones are, we don't have a lot, as you can tell. Very minimal, but I always like to, regardless of the number of stones that are in the field, is after I plow, I always like to flatten it down with the roller. This is my approach. I'm not saying it is the absolute way that you have to do it, because every farmer is going to be different. And that's the kind of beauty of this game. There's no wrong way how you go about it. Now, is it actually rolling? That's the bigger question. I might have to wait until after I seed, now that I think of this now, because it's probably not going to roll it. Okay. It is not going to roll it. Otherwise, it would show... Yeah. So even the light blue is not showing us as far as for needs rolling. So we're going to go ahead and put the lime to it. We'll seed it, and then we'll see how it goes there. At some point we're going to roll this, though, just to see if that'll come. I think what will happen is, because there's a level to this. Now, regardless of the way the game is designed as far as how it will show you those colored layers, this would be the way I would do as far as to roll it, but since it's not actually showing it, I'm going to go through the motions the way the game is designed. So that's, again, all part of the playtesting. What the heck is going on? So I changed it. I'm trying to get that to fold. There we go. We'll put this on the side for now. We're going to get this thing limed next. We'll go ahead and seed it, which I don't have a seeder by default, because this field that I'm working on here currently in New Farmer is supposed to start off with alfalfa. I kind of did not take note of that, I guess, as far as when I pulled out that sugar cane. So things got shifted in the hierarchy of things, I guess, as far as for that alfalfa to not be here by default. That is definitely something else I'll have to get corrected prior to official release of the map. So you would not have to plant the alfalfa here, it would already be here. All you would have to do is mow it. Hence, the equipment that is here, I guess, as far as to be able to, I'm just going to set that right here, to be able to mow it, pick it up, and all that stuff. Alright, so what we need to do is get ourselves a spreader, which we're going to go, again, I'm going to use just default equipment. Let me see what I have available here for spreaders. I don't know if I want to get the brittle. I could probably just release the brittle. We want something that does do lime. I think it's under here. So this one will do lime and fertilizer. So yeah, we'll just lease the Brettle. There are other options, like this one is a mod that'll do both. So if you have the ability, as far as this one, I think I put this one together a while back, I guess, as far as to have a higher capacity to be able to do both fertilizer and lime. If you have something like that, then you can use that. We're going to stick with using vanilla equipment for the play test, at least anyway. I'll get this guy. I think this one only does fertilizer. Yep. Yeah, and this does fertilizer. We're going to get this guy that'll do both. Just lease it. That works. So lease that. That should be at the store. I'm going to go ahead and pick that up, as well as some lime. So let's go into here and we'll get ourselves some lime. Let's see. Not a big field, but these are 2,000 liters per, and by default that Brettle holds, I think, 9,000. So we'll get like 4 of these guys. We'll get 4 of these guys. That'll work. Cool. Should be able to pick those all up at the store. Alright, here we go. We'll pick them up right over here at the store. Little something I'm trying to keep out of view, which is kind of tough to do, but you may tend to spot them. Something I'm still working on that hasn't been 100% completed yet. And if you're wondering what the heck I'm talking about, let's step out here for a second. So these little fellers are going to be placed in random places around the map. They can be picked up as a collectible. So they're little moo-moos. So I just kind of put them out here, I guess, as far as a part of testing, I guess, as far as to make sure that they all work and they are collectible. So what each of these will do, there's 20 of them, worth 50,000 a piece. So if you do tend to find them all, it'll rack up, I guess, as far as on your monies, I guess, as far as up to $1 million. Now, if you find them all at once, that could be a nice chunk of change. But these are going to be placed, I guess, as far as around random areas of the map. So yeah, that still needs to be done yet. A little bit something, a little bit more custom, I guess, as far as to the map. Have something collectible like that. We need to get these into this spreader. Oh, that gave me the option to fill it. Sure was. Alright, cool. So yeah, this should be, if I remember right, I think this Brettle holds 9,000 by default. We should be able to get all 4 of these in here, no problem. I think if we get the upgrade, I think it's 13,000. We should have more than enough, I guess, as far as to do this field. I probably didn't even need to get this much. We can also buy lime, as opposed to at the store right across the street, over at the co-op. So there are bins over there, I guess, as far as to get it that way as well. In fact, I can jump over there real quick after I put this one in, just to kind of demonstrate that. And there are other lime silos that are stationed around the map. Let me kind of show that here real quick. So there is one, for example, right out here, and there's another one here over by Billy Bob's, right over here. So there's a couple of already laid out areas. So I try to get as much of the 4 corners of the map as possible. I may end up even putting one up somewhere out in this area, just to kind of cover the majority of the 4 corners of the map. So there's one here at the co-op, one over here at Billy Bob's, and there's one down here. I may end up putting one down here too, just to kind of spread that out there. Nothing worse, I guess, as far as than running out of lime, I guess, as far as when you're working on your fields. It totally frustrates the heck out of me, I guess, as far as, because there are such mods that are out there that help you, I guess, as far as to calculate how much you're going to need. One of which is the field calculations, which I do have in here. In fact, I can kind of show that here real quick. If you go into this thing, this is completely available on the Mod Hub, and it usually will show up right at the top of your escape menu. And if you've got precision modding, precision DLC in, it'll be just above that. But what this will do, if you've got already established fields, it'll give you a quick rundown of how much you're going to need of fertilizer, seed, and so on. So if you did want to get a rundown of how much we need for field 1, we're only going to need about 5,000 liters. So I got, like I said, more than I need, I guess, as far as to do that field. Just to kind of play test this through there. So I could have totally just went by this if you do have such mods like this field calculator in. It kind of takes some of the guesswork out on how much you're going to need to completely cover that field. But over here, over at the co-op, you do have the bin here to get lime here as well. So you've got your solid lime, solid fertilizer, and seeds, respectively. So you can buy it over here as well. We'll just top the brittle off. Yep, that holds 9,000 by default. So we only had to put another 1,000 liters in there, which cost us only 179 bucks. So, kind of price it out. It comes out to be about the same if you were to get a pallet, without having to buy a whole pallet to fill. So, because the pallets, as you know, I guess as far as they come in 2,000 liter increments, this holds 9. So to get the additional, I didn't want to have to buy a whole pallet if I wanted to fill it. So I can just go over there and top it off and get a prorate on it. So let's go ahead and lime this guy. Now, it wasn't actually showing that we needed the lime, but based on the pH there, we definitely need to get that up. So let's go ahead and take a look at that real quick again. So as we can see, so it's not showing that we need lime, but it is plowed. So the lime, there's a lot of these that aren't showing up, I don't think, the way they're supposed to. But we can go by the pH. We can tell by the pH that we do need this. So yeah, again, I'm a little bit rusty, I guess, as far as what the whole precision farming thing, so you have to confuse my rustiness, I guess, as far as with that. I believe, if I remember right, with the precision farming there, it takes away that liming layer. You just have to go by where your pH is at to get it, to judge it, I guess, as far as if it needs lime. Right? And we definitely need the lime. We want to see where our checkered flag is. If you look at our menu, we want that pH to go up that level. So once we get this this whole field done, our little red marker there is going to get closer to the checkered flag. I guess as far as to get it more on the less acidic side, if you will. Alright, so let's go ahead and apply this. Now as we do this field, like I said, we're going to see that red marker get kind of increase closer to the checkered flag. Yeah, so the precision farming, if I do remember right, and someone please correct me if I'm wrong, without using precision farming, it would have that layer that the field needs to be limed, which is usually, I forget what color it is, but it'll give that layer, I guess, as far as in there. With precision farming in, you look at your menu here that we're currently looking at, I guess, as far as to determine how much lime that we need on the field. And I'm not using GPS or anything like that, so we're just kind of winging it here. And we're fast approaching on this second hour already. It's crazy. Time is just flying by too fast. But hopefully we are having fun. If we're not having fun, then we're definitely doing something wrong. It has been a long time since I've used the precision farming. Yeah. So kind of as for me too. But I'm just the way my brain works, I guess, as far as how things connect or disconnect, I guess, as far as how it presents itself in the game. Do tend to try to change if you're using precision farming over that. And one of those is, if we weren't using precision farming, see how we got all these different colors for layers that'll show? Because we're using precision farming, it removes, I guess, as far as that needs liming in this list. So where we get that information instead is on our menu here. right? So as long as we're on our field, like so, see, we're getting closer to our target. Actually, I can move this over a little bit. Hold on. It should adjust that, I guess, as far as if I get in the right position. So if I was using GPS, this would make this a little bit simpler. See how it adjusts that? So because I was closer to where I already lined, we're already on our goal as far as the checkered flag. So now that I moved over, it shifted that. So it's saying this part here is not at the proper pH. So it's actually pretty nice if you know how to read it, as far as to get into this menu. Some people don't like to use this menu, but it'll still show that if you get the so even if you do close the F1 menu like I just did, it's still going to show you this information if you're on the field. So if I back off on the field, that's going to go away. Now because I'm attached to this implement, see, if I undo it, then it goes away. See, and the mini-map actually will adjust too. So precision farming is a really nice deal, I guess, as far as if you know how it works. And it's kind of, they made it, you know, pretty user-friendly in that regard. Alright, so now we're back on the field. We can see what we got to get our goal to. We want to get our red marker, I guess, as far as the checkered flag in this part of the field. So let's go ahead and turn it on. There we go. What's going on there, MJ? What's happening? Welcome on in. I don't play much F22 as much as I used to. Well, that's too bad. I know you were chiming in on 2022 Farming Guy. I think you were hanging out there last night. I was kind of lurking up in there. Appreciate you having me over here, MJ. Yeah, we're just doing some play testing of the map build for the Dairyland 4X here for Farming Simulator 22. And so far, there's definitely still some things that are presenting as something that need to be addressed. Oh wow. So see how this is another thing that works with here. If it's already lime, see how it stops the disbursement, I guess, as far as of that in the spreader? That's another nice little utility, I guess, as far as with the precision farming. So there's no waste of be it fertilizer or what have you. If that part of the field's already good to go, it's not going to apply it. So that's another really nice thing, I guess, as far as what you using. So in the mini-map, you can see both at the top, getting it to the checkered flag, and also in the mini-map, it's showing what has been applied, I guess, as far as with line. Very useful mod if you know what's going on with it. If you're not used to it, obviously you'd revert, I guess, as far as to the default mechanics, I guess, as far as of the game, which some find that a little bit more easy to use than precision farming. I tend to like this aspect of precision farming because it's more what real farmers would do, I guess, as far as to check where it's been applied and how much more it needs and so on. This is much more realistic to farming. That's why I wanted to make sure that the map, as far as the playtest of this, so regardless if you use precision farming or not, the map should work either way. It is not required by any means, because as far as that you have to use precision farming on this map. I'm just showing how it would work if you were to use precision farming on this map. So I don't want there to be any confusion as to, you know, oh crap, I'm not used to using precision farming, I'm hoping I don't have to use it. You know, you do not have to use it if you don't wish to. Hopefully that makes 100% sense, because I don't want anybody to feel intimidated by the fact if you're not used to using precision farming, you don't have to use it. So far, this seems to be going pretty good. Now, I'm probably wasting a little bit of this line because I'm not shutting it off as I make the corners, you know, the turnarounds and whatever, but that's okay. I gave myself plenty of room. We saw in the field calculation that for the most part, it was only going to take about 5,000 liters, I guess, as far as to do this, if we were to do it properly. I'm not doing it properly, as far as to turn it off to make the turnaround and all that stuff, so I'm probably wasting more than I need to. But again, it comes down to if you were to play it the way I'm doing it, then you would see the result of it. So hopefully it does give some clarity. Alright, one more stretch here. See, it did turn it off there, so that's cool. So we did have this filled up to the brim. We had 9,000 liters into it. Now, if we remember what it said in the fuel calculation, it said we need a little over 5,000 liters. So we should technically have about 4,000 liters. So yeah, that's not obviously the case. I think I did waste some. We're still going to have enough, but yeah. Doing the quick math on it, based on the fuel calculation and how much we had in here, we should have ended up with like 4,000 left. That's obviously not going to be the case, as we can see. Alrighty then, at least we did have enough. Just going to go back over this to make sure. Doesn't have anywhere else to... Alright, let's jump out of here. Whoops. And we'll check the condition of our field. So our pH is back up. Cool. Now what I'm going to do, and this is the approach I like to take, and again, this depends on which farmer you talk to, in the virtual sense or real. Some would go ahead and plant it right away, right? I tend to like to take the approach to let this lime really get immersed into the soil by go ahead and fertilizing it first before I plant. So that's what I'm going to do next. But I do have such mods as it does have an update I did notice too, with the real dirt and real color. So it does apply, I guess, as far as all that nastiness of the lime onto the tractor. Planting time, see, and again, I don't want anybody to take it wrong. You know, the way I'm doing it in comparison to how y'all out there would do it, it's going to be totally different. What I am going to do is actually spray it first before I plant. It's not wrong either way, but that's the approach I like to take to it. Because in my mind, and I've seen plenty of other real farmers do this, if you lime, that's a solid. If you take the liquid fert, as far as to get that fully immersed into the soil, let that soak into it, then you plant. Then after that, we should be able to roll. That's the approach I like to take to it anyway. So I do still have some lime in here. What I'm going to do is spit that out. I'm not getting that back. The store ain't getting that back. I'm going to keep that. So I'm going to put that over here. And we do have that object storage that has been provided, I guess, as far as by Giant's latest update. Now I don't have that position down here, but they have that ability in the store. You go into the silos for most that have taken the privilege, I guess, of using that, and then any loose pallets that we would have, we could stick them in there. Okay, so what I want to do is spit these out. So now I can take this back. Now, if I had that object storage, I'd be able to put those right in there, but I'm just going to leave them right there for now. We're not saving this play test, so it's not really a big deal. I'm going to go back in here. We'll get this thing sold, because we are leasing it. And then the next thing we'll do is we'll go ahead and fertilize. We'll have to get ourselves some liquid fert. We do have the sprayer that we do have as part of our starting equipment. So we're going to get that set up there. So we're going to go ahead and sell this guy. Oh, I think I sold my tractor instead. My bad. Didn't mean to do that. Whoopsie. I meant to return the... so I had it on the wrong deal. I gotta get my tractor back. I need my tractor back, tractor back, tractor back. Now let's go back into the store. No problem. I did not mean to do that. So it was just had it on the wrong item as far as when I... it should have been a huge clue. So I'm gonna go ahead and get another 6R. That's what that tractor was. So this is my modded one. We're gonna get this guy back. Can't believe I did that. How much did we get anyway? We got about half. That sounds about right. We did get about half. Yeah, I'm gonna continue to get this. So I'm just gonna lease this one for now since I boo-booed. I completely boo-booed. Not a big deal though. I sold the wrong. So I don't know if y'all can hear that, but there are some ambient sounds that I've been working on. One of which are just some random pigeons. And we do have some pigeons that are living here up in our store workshop. I don't know if y'all heard that, but that's part of some of the ambient sounds that are built into the map. I'm still working on some of those too. I still got some in process. So we gotta go pick up our, at this point it's the leased John Deere 6R over here. Let's go in between the buildings here. Yeah, so I just made the boo-boo of selling back our tractor. Didn't mean to do that. It happens though. Alright, so I need to get our sprayer. Let's go get that hooked up. And then we can go ahead and buy ourselves some liquid fertilizer. So, this is part of the starting equipment. As far as to have this liquid fert spreader. So you got the additional tank and the sprayer. I really like this one as far as a default type of thing. Especially for the size of field that we have. So we just need to get this hooked up. Nope. Got this the wrong way. I gotta hook it up this way. There's the PTO. There we go. So it's kind of out of the way of everything else as far as to have it over here at our starting farm. Our starting house and whatnot. Alright, now we gotta get the extra tank on the front. And we'll get the appropriate now. Now, it's just out of curiosity, if we go and check out that field calculator type of deal. So field 1 or fertilizer, liquid fertilizer. So you got the solid fertilizer and a liquid fertilizer breakdown. So it takes a little bit more liquid fert than it does solid. Interesting. Yeah, very interesting. So we need 450. So I can't remember how much of liquid fert that we get in a container. I think it's 1,000. So we'll probably need at least just one of those deals. Alright, so let's go to the store and check that out. So we'll go into pallets. And we need some liquid fertilizer. And these are a 2,000 liter, so we only need one. So we can get, these are the new ones that were added in one of the updates, I forget which. So we definitely have more than one option. We've got the Cortiva and the Helm. They're both the same price. It's just a matter of preference, really. We'll just go ahead and get this one. We only just need the one. And that's going to be more than what we need to get as far as to do this field, but we'll have some access. Alright, so let's go over the store and pick that up. So this both has a tank on the sprayer itself as well as our additional tank on the front. So we'll definitely be able to use not all of this liquid fert here, but the majority of it. Okay, let's see here. Probably gotta lift the cap open. Alright, why is that not wanting to fill? Better go in there. Okay, what's going on here? So let's see if we can put it in the back. Alright, this is all default equipment. There shouldn't be a problem here. Alright, why is this not wanting to go in? Does this have one of those where you gotta open up the cover? Why is this not wanting to go in? I think it, yeah, I get fertilizer. Okay, what am I doing wrong here? It shouldn't be this difficult. I don't want to go into either one of them. What the heck's going on here? I don't know what's up with the pallet. Okay, we're going to go right across the street. I don't know what's up with that pallet. That's all default stuff, so understand that. We're going to go right over across the street, and we're going to get some liquid fert over here. Another place we can buy it. So we have liquid fert. It should give us the option to fill this. Yes. Okay. Why is this not, I'm confused. This is all part of the playtest, so why is it not wanting to put fertilizer in this thing? assume it's liquid fertilizer. That's the herbicide right there. So either one of them should go in. It's not already filled. I had to double check that. Change nitrogen reference value. Okay, so hold on. Maybe it has something to do with the environment? What the heck is going on here? I'm trying to fill the tool. Alright. Deactivate automatic application rate. Why is this not wanting to fill? Now, I don't know if this is a problem with precision farming or if it's just the sprayer itself. This is all default equipment. So I'm a little confused right now. Why is this not wanting to go in there? So that's on the tank, okay. Why is this not wanting to fill? I should be able to put herbicide or this is interesting. Alright, let's go back over here and try the pallet. That should give me the option to fill. It's not. That's interesting. Okay. I'm not 100% sure if that's something to do with farming or what. Right now I've got it selected on the tank, which should give me the option to fill. It shouldn't even, it doesn't matter if I got it selected or not, it should allow it to fill. And it's not wanting to fill. Well, what the world? This is a bummer. Why you don't give me the option to fill? This is all part of the reason I did want to play test this to see what's the deal is. So at this point I'm not 100% sure if it's just something with precision farming or something else. Because I cannot fill either from this default palette or from the deal over at the co-op. Let me try this. So let me lower it. Do I have to lower it? Shouldn't have to. This is not giving me the option to fill this goofy thing at all. Alright, let's put it on the sprayer itself. I know I need to fill it first. I'm trying to fill it. Okay, it doesn't give me an option to... I'm really confused. Why you don't want to fill? Just pallet back on its... Okay. I'm tending to think this is probably something to do more with precision farming. I have no idea why this won't let me fill this. It is not giving me the option to fill. Huh. Let me jump out of the tractor. There it goes. So I had to get out and get back in. Interesting. I don't know if anybody else has had that problem. But if you have, that seems to be the solution. Just jump out and jump back in. So now it's giving me... Now I'm kind of curious now. This deal that I got over here at the co-op, let's see if this works. I think I remember that being an issue with in Farm Sim 19 as well. If it's not giving me the option to fill, just jump in and out of the tractor. Yep, so now it is giving me the option to fill. I'm going to fill it right up from here. So that should be filling the sprayer. Who's at the tank? I don't know which one. And then it should give me the option to fill the back. That's why I got the two indicators there. Oop. Okay, so this should fill up the sprayer itself. So I should have a total 2,700. Nice. Now we only needed, how much did it say? Like 450 some? liters, I guess, as far as for that entire field. So we don't even need this much, but I just wanted to make sure everything was working right. So it just really came down to jumping out of the tractor and jumping back in, I guess, as far as to get it to actually fill. Right. That is, I think, has been a known issue, I guess, as far as since the beginning with precision farming. So that's just a little bit of fair mentioning as far as for anybody using precision farming. You can jump in and out. That should work. Now we need to unfold this guy. Let's get it sprayed. And then after we spray it, we'll go ahead and plant it, and then we'll roll it. Wow. I was gonna say that. I wasn't sure if it did go up as a part of unfolding. Oh yeah, that should be good. Alright, we'll turn it on. Now the way this should work, it should only spray where it needs it, with pretty much the whole field, so. And again, we're getting that, we're getting that in the mini-map, as well as our checkered flag reading, as far as getting that up to the proper nitrogen level. Now we'll probably need to spray this again after we plant, and then we get that, at least that first growth stage. I am kind of overlapping on the edge here, and that's kind of intentionally. Just want to make sure I'm getting the outer edge of the field. Yeah, so far, everything is working, I guess, as far as with getting this field plowed. I do need to check post-fact, and I do have a note for that myself, I guess, as far as to make sure that this does populate in it as a field already ready to mow, I guess, as far as with alfalfa. That is what it is supposed to be designed for. It didn't do that, I guess, as far as like that, and that's partially my fault. It's all my fault, really, I guess, as far as of completely ripping out sugarcane from the map. So I did that all prior to this playtest that we're currently conducting. Whoops, I get that. Cool. Okay, I like how it shuts off like that. So if it's already in an area that doesn't need it, it's not going to keep the sprayer running. That's a kind of a huge advantage to using precision farming when it comes to spraying or spreading. This tractor's handling this like a champ, though, I guess, as far as with this much weight. This is a pretty heavy setup here. You got a full tank on the front, as well as on the back. It's handling it pretty well. It's struggling a little bit, don't get me wrong, but it's definitely able to handle it. Alright, we'll go ahead and shut that down now. We got everything. So we got both our mini-map and a little guide there at the top left. Kind of keep us in tune, I guess, as far as of what we're doing with our fertilizer application to get our nitrogen level back up. Turn, come on, tractor. Okay. I was struggling getting that turn in a little bit. That's understandable. Well, the way this is working, it doesn't actually turn off the sprayers on the end there like it used to. But it is turning it on and off. The tractor is struggling a little bit, I guess, as far as to get this thing pulled around, but it's still doing it. I probably wouldn't use this tractor exactly, I guess, as far as I probably have some better tires on it to get better traction. Tires do make a difference in Farm Sim 22 from what we've come to find. The type of tire that you have on definitely does make a difference. So be it wider as opposed to, broader as opposed to narrower. will either give you better or worse traction on the field. And I think that's what we're experiencing here. On top of the fact that this setup with the sprayer and this tractor's not very ideal. We'll be able to get this last wipe here, I guess, as far as pretty simple. Let's get this all done. So we should be prepped after we get this fertilized to be able to plant it. So we'll look in the store, I guess, as far as what we can use for planting our alfalfa. Definitely didn't use that much though. So we had 2,700 going into this field. I don't even think we used what the field calculation came up with. Very minimal amount of fertilizer to get that nitrogen level back up. Sweet. So we can shut that off, hold that up, and we can take a look at where we're at with nitrogen. Now we can see in the mini map as well as up there that we hit the checkered flag, but get this thing folded up. And let's, whoop, what I want to do is jump out of here. Now we should have, our pH is up. Our nitrogen is at 100 kilograms per hectare, so good shape. Alright, cool. So the next step is going to be to get some alfalfa planted. Let's put this away. Oh, you know what? I need to get this lifted up is what I need to do. Let's get this lifted up. Yep. There we go. I think that's good. And we'll put that away right over here. Yeah, we'll put it right back where we put it, where we found it. We'll leave the fertilizer right into it. Don't need to take it out. Now, it's probably another fair mention to how the alfalfa works. If you plant it, it won't have weeds. Which is, some might beg to differ, because as far as that's kind of weird that the grass doesn't get weeds. All grass gets weeds, but that's not the way this one works. So if you follow all the proper steps, I guess, as far as to fertilize it, just like any other grass, as far as to plant it as a field, you definitely won't get weeds, I guess, as far as for the... Alright, so now what we need to do is go to the store and get ourselves a planter. Let's take a look there. Again, going to be looking at vanilla equipment. So let's go into a lot of categories, I guess, as far as I'm still haven't gotten 100% used to all the categories that are available in here. Alright, so what we need, we don't need anything too humongous. It's not a very big field. Let's use, so this is the icon right here, I guess, as far as for alfalfa. If it hasn't been clear, it's going to be not as discernible, I guess, as far as the defaults. These are all default crops. This is the alfalfa right on the end. So this one will handle doing alfalfa fairly easy. So we'll go with this coon. Now I don't think that should not require to have a hopper. Yeah, so this should just take the seed straight up. We've already fertilized once, so this is just only going to seed. It's not going to fertilize as we seed, so we'll go ahead with that. Buy that up. We'll just lease it, actually. Now, by default, we wouldn't have to seed this. I want to make that clear. You would already have, by default, a new farmer, I guess, as far as the alfalfa already to mow. So you wouldn't have to be doing these steps that I'm currently doing. Probably not a bad thing, I guess, as far as to be able to test it out, just to make sure, you know, everything's working. So it kind of is so far. Why are we getting so choppy here? I know it did get to nighttime, but that's kind of weird. Anyway, so let's go ahead. This, oh, gotta look up from the other side. let's get this hooked up, and then we're going to need to get ourselves some seed. So we do get the variable seed rate. Interesting. So that's something that's new for precision farming. Okay. Alrighty then. So let's get ourselves some seed. Let's go into here, go to pallets, and how much seed do we need? That's the question. Let's go to that field calculator real quick and see what it says. So for field 1, fertilizer, herbicide. Wait a minute. Does it not tell us? I thought it did. So it gives us lime, fertilizer, liquid manure, slurry, and digestate. So this one doesn't tell us seeds. That's interesting. So that I think that might have been a separate mod. This one does not give us seed. Oh, here it is, right down here. I was gonna say I thought it did. Yeah. So we got to go down to the bottom and actually select that. I thought it was in here. So we want to plant alfalfa. And judging by this calculation, it takes a little over 463 liters of seed to get this far. So probably just one bag. That is 1,000 liters in the bags. Alright, so let's go to the store. Get yourself one big bag, which should be 1,000 liters. That should be more than enough to be able to plant our alfalfa. One bag, please. Yes. Cool. Now, the one thing I've always felt was kind of wonky, I guess, as far as this. So even though you buy a bag, and I think there's probably a mod out there for it, when you buy a bag, when you spit it out of the planter, it gives you a pallet. Which I've always thought was kind of... Yeah, so there's no way for the game to know how you put it in there originally, I guess, as far as a bag or a pallet. It just automatically, per the implement, will give you a pallet back if you do spit it back out. And I always thought that was kind of weird. Now, why is this not going in? Why you no go in? It's doing that again. So why are you not going in? Do I got to do that thing of getting out and get back in again? Yep. So same thing with the fertilizer we're planning to put in. You just got to jump out of the tractor and get back in. Not a huge problem. It's something you got to keep in mind. I guess as far as if it's not wanting to go in, you just have to jump in and out of the tractor. All right, cool. We got our seed in there. Now I just got to make sure I do get this set up with alfalfa. So let's do that before we get too crazy. Yep. So that was the one. It's kind of hard to read there. So I think there is a mod too, I guess, as far as that will print what it is, because I know it is kind of hard to tell, I guess, as far as no matter if it's a custom thing, but it will show if you look really close the bottom menu where it says the variable seed rate as far as a part of precision farming, and it tells you what you've got it selected on. So this variable seed rate is not available for alfalfa, which is fine, but for everything else, as I cycle through that, it gives you the variable seed rate. So it does show us up in the menu here. So if you don't have the menu on, it'll either show also, let me show this real quick. So if I do like this, that's what the F menu toggled off. If you got precision farming, it'll actually give you a clue as to what type of deal you got in there. So if we cycle back through this again, like so, you can see the icon changing at the bottom right next to the HUD down there. It'll also show up in the variable seed rate there, I guess, as far as, so variable seed rate is unavailable for oilseed radish, grass, or alfalfa. Good to know. Alright, so we do have it on alfalfa. We are confirmed. So I'm kind of learning a little bit of things here too, just to kind of understand that everything is working as intended, as far as using precision farming and all. We need to turn some lights on. What we need to do. There we go. And let's plant ourselves some alfalfa. We should have more than enough, I guess, as far as to plant this, because it was showing per the field calculation was only about half of this, half of what we got in here. We'll just say that. So we turn this on, drop it down, and off we go. Okay, so it is planting. That's good. Might be a little bit slow process, but again, if you wanted to use a bigger seeder for it, more power to you. I'm kind of getting a little bit of a guesstimate, I guess, as far as how long this is going to take doing it this way. We got through most of the day. Now I do have it at a time scale of 5, which is a default, and on 1-day season. So by default, the way the alfalfa grows in, it takes 3 in-game days. So this is going to be August, September, October. This will be ready to, should be ready to harvest. So apparently, I guess this variable seed rate for precision farming is not available for the cover crop, oil seed, and the grasses. I've never used the variable seed rate, I guess, as far as for most of the crops, so that'll be interesting to try that out for the crops that do have that option available. I don't know if the game sounds are too loud. Definitely let me know if the game sounds are too loud. Adjust those if needed. So if time permits here, we should be able to get this planted. We'll give it its time, I guess, as far as to grow in. And it should be ready, like I said, by October. As far as in-game, I got it on 1-day seasons. So it's basically per game day, it goes up a month. Increases by a month. That's what I currently got it set at, and you should be able to hopefully just be able to check out some contracts, see what kind of contracts are available while this is growing. So without taking any speeding up time, running the clock, as some say, and just let it grow naturally. Kind of get an idea of how that all works. I'm going to jump out of here real quick and just see. Whoops, get my flashlight out. So, what does this actually come up with? So, it is planted, growing, alfalfa, cool. Got our pH and nitrogen levels are up. Our expected yield is only 83%. Now, that's taking into account the type of soil that we're putting this in. Yield potential is 89% overall. Cool. And so probably not all that bad, I guess, as far as considering that we're planting this on silty clay. Alright, let's turn this back on. Now we could have checked that out too, I guess, as far as from the other menu, as far as jumping out of the tractor, but the on foot information like that is always my method of check it out. Now you can always go this way too and see how that's went out there. So we got that. You can see that it has been grade standard. Oh, hold on. Make sure I'm not veering off here. Okay, let me get this thing turned around first before I check out the rest stuff. Check out the escape menu. Could be relatively the same information if we could jump out and check it from the ground. Oh wow, I got past the 2 hours there. So once again, for those that are tuning in, just a fair mention, I'm going to run a quick 30-second ad here, Rogan, just to keep the pre-rolls at under control, and we'll be back in just about 30 seconds. Finish seeding this alfalfa. Get the button to work. Alright, see you in about 30 seconds, folks. Hopefully it should be done right now. It's showing it is going to go on my end, so appreciate everybody sticking around. I guess as far as bearing with me, I guess as far as to play the ads to keep the pre-rolls at bay, keep them under control. Trying to eliminate pre-rolls for anybody new coming into stream. So we're just still in the process of planting our alfalfa. It's a little late here at night. Kind of burning the midnight oil, as they call it. Not using anything like GPS, and just we're winging it here. Just winging it. It's a wing at anything. Man, this is really rough to see this at night. So even with the level lights I got on here, you can see the difference in the field texture. We do have just that little bit of stone. We do got to roll in after we plant. We're doing that after we plant. Normally, without using precision farming, I would like to roll it as far as after or prior to seeding. But in this case here, I guess I'm not 100% sure. I guess as far as if it is related to precision farming or not. The hierarchy of it as far as allows us to roll it after we plant. In fact, let me take a look here. Continue to look at this here. So we got our yield, nitrogen, way. He's rolling. So, yep, it does need to be rolled after we plant. Okay, that's what I wanted to see if we would show that. So that layer seems to be showing. It's just the plowing one. It seems to be off. I'll definitely be checking that out post stream as far as see what's up with that. I got a pretty good idea of what's going on with it, but we'll confirm, I guess, as far as post stream. I may end up just saving this playtest just to confirm. So once I do make the appropriate adjustment, I guess, as far as to that needs plowed layer, which would be a separate files in our map construct. That would be the only reason why I would save it, though. As far as to continue the playthrough of this save, I would not do, especially after making the adjustment that we need to do. And I'm glad you agreed there, Moon. What were you agreeing to, anyway? There was a bunch of stuff that spewed from my mouth, so it's... You'd like to be more specific as far as what you're agreeing with. So we got our fruits and vegetables garden sitting over there, which we haven't done anything to it yet. But it is 100% available to plant some items there. If you so wish, you start off with that on starting farm. And keeping the playtest, yeah, I probably won't keep it. Yeah, I probably won't. I will probably only keep it, I guess, as far as to make that appropriate adjustment to this here. So, like, for the needs plowing, this is not where that should be. That information should not be over here. And judging by how much it's enlarged it over here, I need to readjust that file, I guess, as far as it does it. Everything else seems to be showing in, so the needs rolling is where it needs to be, as well as everything else. So, yeah, for some reason, the needs plowing is definitely not correct. So I will need to confirm if it is something to do with precision farming or if it's something else. I got a couple of things to check out, I guess, as far as prior to that anyway. You can't play with Deuce. It's let's. Oh, you can't wait to play with Deuce. Weren't you already playing on Deuce's community server? If I understood that right, I was under the assumption. I know Deuce has got the East North Carolina map. If I'm not mistaken. I've been chiming in, I guess, as far as on the MP chit chat, I guess, as far as over there. I know there's some auctions going on. Unless he sold. Oh, you're talking about this map. I don't know how Deuce is planning to play this map. I don't know if he is just going to solo it or what he's going to do. Now, I can only mention, I guess, as far as the way this map is designed, it is completely multiplayer friendly. You know, as far as to be able to put it on a server. So the 11 maps, the 11 farms that are set up to include all the vacant lots, I guess, as far as that are available. Anybody who's anybody can have their own farm, their own area, and have plenty of room. So I don't 100% know how Deuce tends to, if and when he does, when the map gets released and what he plans to do. But that's the only thing I can mention, I guess, as far as that it is completely multiplayer friendly. So whether he decides, I guess, as far as just to do it solo or not, that's out of my control. I would hope, at least anyway, that he would consider, I guess, as far as to do MP. Because I think it would be a fun map, I guess, as far as for everybody to play on. That's the hope, anyway. But that's all I can do is just hope. That being a 4X map and having plenty of room, I guess, as far as to do, and there's plenty of stuff that's already built into the map to be able to build your own farm, as well as to use whatever favorite structures and buildings that you like to use. There's a lot of versatility in the map in that regard, I guess is what I'm point I'm making. I know I have not chimed in, I guess, as far as into the streams, I guess, as far as the playthrough of the Iowa Plains view, but I know he's approaching, if he hasn't surpassed already, about 100 episodes of that. So I think he's getting near the end, I guess, of that one. And I had expected, I guess, as far as to have this map out by now. Obviously, there's still some issues, as we've clearly pointed out, that do need to be addressed prior to official release. So most of those that I've already pointed out are pretty simple fixes. Shouldn't be take too much to do it. So at this point, I really, as much as trying to give a solid date, so the problem that I've had is I had planned on getting it out by spring. So we're talking a better part of a month ago now, and things just, with updates and play testing, we find that there's still issues that need to be addressed. So I don't care to want to put stuff out there that I know have issues, and just patch it later. I'm not that type of map maker. I would much rather try to resolve the issue prior so that there's no issues, I guess, as far as going to initial startup. Because if it's like most people, I guess, as far as that get a little peeved off, I guess, as far as with the fact of having to start a new save due to an issue that could have been taken care of prior. That's definitely a no bueno on my book. He keeps on talking about this map. Well, it's good. So maybe it's getting some good press. Hopefully it's getting some good press anyway. Again, that's just the hope. There's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears that's gone into this map, I guess, as far as to get it to where it's at. It's been a long time. So we're looking at this point, Farm Sim 22 has been out for about a year and a half, roughly. And it's taken all that time just to get the map where it's at currently. You know, so there were a lot of things that we had to make completely compliant with Farm Sim 22 to include, you know, static structures to the map, as opposed to totally taking into account, I guess, as far as the new build mode that's in Farm Sim 22. This map definitely, I feel, at least anyway, does encompass, I guess, as far as, you know, utilizing everything that Farm Sim 22 has to offer, and then some. So the fact that we're testing the map with precision farming, I know not everybody would necessarily use it, but I want to make sure that it's solid. And so far, everything that we've tested on the map with precision farming seems to be okay. The only flaw that we've seemed to have come to find is being able to fill the implement with the fertilizer and or seed or whatever. All it requires is just to jump in and out of the tractor. I guess as far as then it's fine. So that is nothing that I can fix. It's not map related. Let's just put it that way. So it just has something to do with precision farming. I don't think that should be a deterrent for anybody to use. I don't want that. I'm not trying to oppose that, I guess, as far as it being an intimidation for or anything like that to use precision farming. Precision farming, for the most part, is still a pretty nice mod. It's just got some, you know, some certain particular flaws like that. Nothing serious, though. I will probably, one of the tests that I will do post-stream here is to check and see if the needs plowing layer that shows in the PDA as I was showing, I will remove and deactivate even, I guess, as far as precision farming, and see if it still presents itself. If it does, then I'll know better, I guess, as far as how to tackle how the needs plowing layer shows up in the escape menu. And again, this is just the way my thinking is when it comes to map design. You guys don't have to understand, I guess, as far as what I just said there, but this is how I think out loud, I guess, as far as things that I know I'll have to check out post-fact of this playtest. I haven't heard anybody complain, I guess, about game sounds being too loud, but if they are, and if you've had to turn it down if it is too loud, definitely let me know, and I can adjust that accordingly. I'm just trying to straighten this row up. Got a little bit crooked on that run. So far, we only used about 300 liters. 300 liters of seed. Started off with 1,000, so just doing the quick math. We were saying we're only going to use about half of, yeah, it was about 450, 460 liters, so we'll see how it turns out once we're all said and done. Now, we don't have the variable seed rate, I guess, as far as for the grass, or any of the grasses or the cover crops, so I guess that's just by design, so I suppose that's just by design. Alright, we're going to swing this all the way around. So I know I probably did miss some spots, but it'll be alright. What we do want to confirm is let this go through its natural growth, and just let it grow naturally. It should take 3 in-game days, and we'll have some other things we can check out while this is growing in. like contracts. You should have a nice choice of contracts. We'll check those out after we get this seeded. We'll definitely have to keep an eye on this to make sure that it doesn't need to be refertilized as far as once we get to the first growth state, for example. We'll just, we'll go through all the motions of what it would be required, I guess, as far as the plant. The alfalfa in particular. So I'm being lazy and not taking the approach, I guess, as far as to just lift the planter. I don't want to get it confused either. This is a seeder, not a planter. Planters tend to be more of a drill type, and certain crops like corn require that, whereas this is a seeder. So it's kind of more of a, it kind of drops the seed down and doesn't drill it into the ground. But there is a big difference between a seeder and a planter, as far as be it direct drill. That's not what this is, that's for sure. Let's not get it confused. I see this all the time, though, I guess, as far as modders will necessarily make a planter be able to plant seed, or plant grass and such. That's, to me, that's just not right. It's not right. So even if you were to plant, to throw seed, I guess, as far as on your own property, I guess, as far as so you would use like what's called a broadcast spreader, in the same way you would do like fertilizer, for example. So yeah, you wouldn't drill it way down into the ground, I guess, as far as for it to grow. That would take forever if you did it that way. It would eventually grow, don't get me wrong, but it would take a lot longer for it to actually sprout because you're putting it so far in the ground. Grass seed definitely doesn't need that way. In fact, in most cases, you can see people just take a handful of it and sprinkle it on the ground and just water it, and then it'll take root. Grass is pretty simple, I guess, as far as to go. Now, on a larger scale, that's the only reason why we're doing it the way we're doing it, as far as just to throw it out there in handfuls. This is a much bigger area, I guess, as far as to do that, that's for sure. That would take much longer than it is doing it this way, as far as we were just throw it out there by hand. We're getting there. We're probably about halfway done so far. We're down to 630 some odd liters. So thinking we should have about 550 liters left by the time we're said and done. Thereabouts. Just judging it by the field calculation that we got for it. But we shouldn't have all that much waste as we did with like the lime, the way I was applying it earlier. I want to remind everybody too, just as far as that is sticking around, even if it is in the lurking capacity, that we do have a scheduled event coming up here on the channel for Saturdays. So our normal and traditional day for Swinesign Studio Saturday, there is a 5-year stream anniversary, Twitch anniversary, I guess, as far as going on this Saturday. We got a lot of fun activities planned, I guess, as far as for that, to include game giveaways and some gameplay with viewers with such games, with certain games. So hope to see you all there. If you care to want to attend, do let me know, I guess, as far as in the Rock Nation Discord by reacting, I guess, as far as to that announcement for the Twitch anniversary. That way I've got a better tally, I guess, as far as how many people are planning to physically attend. that for this coming Saturday on April 8th. Trying not to miss any spots. It's a little bit rough, I guess, as far as seeing the shadow, I guess, as far as spots I'm grabbing or missing. There's, you know, a pretty definitive change in texture between the plowed and the seeded. Even with it being as dark as it is. How long will I be streaming? This evening? Well, I at least want to get through the alfalfa completely growing through, which I've got this set up, like I said, on 3-day seasons, so it should be by the time we get to October in game. I do want to on Saturday, that's gonna be all dependent upon how much interaction and physical participation that we get. So I don't have really any set time. It will be starting at 5 p.m. Eastern, which is the normal start time for our Small Design Studio Saturday. But it'll go as long as there is physical interaction and participation in chat. So it could be, you know, 2 to 3 hours. It could go all darn night. I'm gonna leave it all up to chat. That's kind of my plan with it, anyway. So if it does tend to fizzle out, I guess, as far as after a certain amount of time, then that'll give me means, I guess, as far as to determine that the party has fizzled out. But yeah, I'm totally leaving it up to all the viewers. Oh man, yeah. So you can definitely see the difference with not using like any type of GPS. As far as I got my lines on here pretty crooked. So I got spots in here that are wide, some are narrow. It's good stuff. You gotta love it. And we're already closing in on 3 hours. I've ran at least a couple 30-second ads, I guess, so far. Hopefully I'm keeping the pre-rolls at bay. And everybody new coming in here isn't getting slammed with any pre-rolls. That's what I'm trying to combat anyway. Ads are the devil, don't get me wrong, but it's like, we do have the means to be able to control all the ads play. So I'm doing the best I can without slamming everybody with like a slew of ads in a row. So I'll be running one here in about another 15 minutes or so. So just a fair mention. I don't have any control of what ads actually play, but I do have control of when they play. So I'm trying to use that to the best of my ability. So hope I'm doing an okay job on that. Alright, looks like this is going to be our last run. For seeding our alfalfa. Oop, I missed a couple spots here. I'm going to get as much seeded up here as we can. Alright, let's take a look at our status. Let's take a look in here real quick. So we got it all. Now it needs to be rolled. So that's all completely seeded. We can see it's all blue, so it's just showing it needs rolling. So that layer is showing good. Let's shut this off. Okay, we need to lift that up. And we need to spit the seed out. We ain't giving that back to the store. We are leasing this seeder, so we're going to spit this out where we put our lime earlier. Alright, let's go ahead and spit that out. Voila. Nope, we don't want to put it back in there, that's for sure. So we're going to take this back to the store. We're done with it. And then we're going to roll this field next. So, be it the fact that the store is right here, makes it pretty convenient just to take it directly back. Now, there are lights in this building here. Just for clarity, they don't come on automatically. You can flick those on right, like thusly. So, we got some lights in here. Cool. Now we go ahead and return this seeder. Now, I did make the mistake. Oh, that's 2 parts. That's interesting. I didn't know that. I want to make sure I don't get rid of my tractor again like I did last time. I want to return that, as well as this. Now that we got our seed out of it, so cool. We got our tractor left. Now we need to roll it. This ought to be fun trying to do this at night, that's for sure. But it is growing, so that's good. We're good to go so far. Is there alfalfa? Yeah, righty then. But yeah, I'm kind of really planning, I guess, as far as for Saturday, to kind of step out of the realm of what we normally do on Saturdays, which is to be creative. There might be some of that involved, but I want to involve more of the viewers, I guess, as far as with gameplay. So there are some choice things that will involve, I guess, as far as chat participation and involvement, interaction. So I'm hoping that'll suffice, I guess, as far as to keep people showing up in the stream, I guess, as far as a little bit occupied, I guess, as far as that. But also I'll have some memorabilia per tradition. Memorabilia, I guess, as far as for those that did attend, I guess, as far as to, you know, be able to have as a memento, as a virtual memento, I guess, as far as for that. So, yeah, there are some advantages, definitely some solid advantages to attending, I guess, as far as the Twitch anniversary this Saturday. More than one reason to show up and stick around. Alrighty then, let's get this thing rolled. I wasn't actually rolling it, that's the thing. I don't see the... Wow, that is hard to tell. Let's check out this way. Alright, let me roll it a little bit more. Oh crap, I didn't mean to do that. Whoopsie. Wrong button. Man, that is really hard to tell if it is rolled. Let me roll this a little bit more. Oh shoot. What is happening here? So that should why is that not updating? So the needs rolling layer should be going away. Ew. Why is that not going away? Okay, so that light blue layer should be no longer there. Okay. So the question is, why is it not rolling? Well, that's a bummer. So I wonder if I boo-booed, I guess, as far as that. So we did get the needs rolling after we planted, which should be the normal mechanic of the game. So I'm not even seeing the texture change. Yeah, just checking it by moonlight, as well as not seeing this light blue layer go away. So I don't know if that's an issue or not. I'm writing this down, I guess, as far as something to check post-fact. Right now, this is a serious problem, I guess, as far as that it's not letting me roll it after I plant. Proceed. Normally, the way this would work is after we roll it, this light blue area should go away, and it's not doing that. So that's definitely a huge problem. But regardless of the fact that the texture on the field itself is changing or not, it should definitely be taking this layer away. Now we can always turn that off. That's not what we should have to do. Go back this way. So it is showing. That's the color for. Oops, that is the color for alfalfa. This is this green, so it is planted with that. That part's good. It is a little bit of, it is growing. So that's good. This is a problem. So that should be taking away. Huh. Now, again, I don't know for 100% sure. Maybe somebody else can confirm with precision farming applied. So I'll have to test this out post-stream, I guess, as far as to see how the rolling works, I guess, as far as with precision farming applied. I've always been under the assumption that it will still roll after you plant. So if that's not the case, then we're just going to say that's just a byproduct, I guess, as far as of having precision farming. Even as I continue to do this, it is not taking this needs rolling away. So, yeah. Guess we don't need to continue doing that. I'm glad I've gotten taken a chance, I guess, as far as to play test this, because I wasn't 100% sure how this works, and I can't confirm or deny if this is what precision farming does as far as to remove, I guess, as far as the necessity to roll. That's what it's seeming like, anyway. Let's go ahead and not continue this. So we're just going to let this grow. Just going to let this grow. So what I'm a little bit concerned with, right, is it going to tell us? Yep, it's definitely alfalfa. So if we go to this layer, it should give us the so we're currently at a 57 as far as environmental score. That's not really that great when I think of it, but I think it's probably because of the silty clay that we're currently utilizing here. Our pH is good, and our nitrogen is good. So I guess we'll have to check either on the ground or through here as far as to see if we need to bring the nitrogen level up once it grows in there on that first stage. All right, cool. So we're not going to bother with rolling it, because that doesn't seem to be working at this stage. I definitely have to do some further play testing post streaming, as far as to confirm if that's the way it's supposed to work with precision farming or not. So again, it will come down to me doing a play test without precision farming to see how that works. And if it all checks out, I guess, as far as to work the same or work the way we expect it to, then I may just leave that alone. Okay. Right, so now it's just a matter of letting this alfalfa grow in. Let's check it on the ground here as far as what we got going on. So, it is growing. Well, you know, much the same information that we can get from the escape menu. We got a potential for an 89% yield. That's actually not bad, I think, for silty clay. Now, if we had loam, or even sandy loam, that would probably get a much better result, for example. Okay, so we're just going to let this grow. I think in the meantime, we're just closing in on 3 hours. I think what I'm going to do here, now that we do have the seeding done, I'm going to run a quick little ad, 30-second ad, and also take a little bit of a bio break. So I invite everybody to feel free to stretch and do whatever you need to do, and we'll be back in momentarily, so don't go nowhere. Just get a better look at trucks or whatever, just maneuvering themselves around. This car roster that I've got set up here, it's got a mix between the default 2015 trucks and some league trucks. Some of them you might notice, I guess, from around the online racing community. These aren't rated either. That's probably another fair mention too, that these trucks that I'm racing with, they're not rated at all. I'll probably end up having to adjust that later on, but for now I want to keep them all mode absolute. So that's something always to consider when you split track segments, as it'll move it away from mode absolute for whatever reason. That just seems to be something it likes to do. So always keep that in consideration. So I'm going to double check all of these to make sure, yeah, these are all mode absolute. And it'll be a white square as opposed to you had no idea you can change it in the main window? Really? Yeah, you can do that right in there. So it's like, sometimes you have to zoom in to actually get to that, but like you can right click that and it has all the options. You can do a forward, back, left, and right. And right now we just want to keep it relatively flat up until we start messing with applying banking and all that stuff.
Hi, Jay, I'm flying.
What the hell are you doing? What the hell? I can't even see you.
I wonder how high the sky limit is.
Where are you going? I can't even see your name anymore. How did you do that?
I found the sky limit here.
Martin's Best right now. If I was missing any car files, this is a nice little, neat little tidbit of information. If you're ever missing a car file and you've got the replay analyzer and you save a replay, and all that matters, you can just save a snippet, even while it's live. Just save a snippet, go out of the game, and it'll show everybody that was on, that was actually in participation. And in this case, I was missing Monty Keller's car in the 028. I can look at this actual, what the name of the car file was, and depending on where the car files are actually listed, like I can go in. All right, let's see if that helps. Oh god, what are you doing, truck? Oh no, oh no, oh, that is so not good. Cars are just nice.
Still there?
When they're way too hot. I like how you can save the car though with the setup. It's nice. And you can feel it getting loose, but you can catch it.
1.790. Still there?
Grip and the setup feel good.
Still there?
There it comes.
Still there? Up top,
I think that's
rewind.
Cope, isn't it?
Clear low.
Oh my goodness. Easy there on me, Bill.
Stay high. 20.
I know I'm laughing. Oh, it's in turn 4.
I got a couple cars stuck on the bottom here.
Oh, look at all the smoke. Oh god, you got around me. Oh god, oh god. Ooh, that didn't work out too well. Did not expect that. Not expect that. I did not expect that. I saw Cedric going around me there. It's just like, I gotta go.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car!
I hit more than the pace car. I hit more than the pace car, that's for darn sure. We use our state switch variable for weekend. In this case, alrighty folks, we're back in this short little intermission. Welcome on in. Hey, Tiger Lily. How we doing there? Welcome on in. Been doing well. I know, Tiger Lily, you've been doing some Project Zomboid. Seen the announcements over on the Discord there as far as with having the public Project Zomboid. I guess as far as hope that's going good. You're still here? I appreciate you having your moon. We're gonna get back into this real quick. We're gonna check out some contracts here in a moment. Give me just a second here, folks.
Because that just makes sense to me. Anyways, doesn't matter. So, got the new computer, My wife wanted to buy me a gaming chair the whole time, and we just never did because I didn't want to pay all that much money. Holy shit. That thing almost took me out. I need that to get clipped. That needs to get clipped.
It totally got clipped. But if you feel free to check out Tiger Lily's streaming, I guess, as far as like that. He's been streaming, at least as far as I can recall, and you can correct me if I'm wrong there, Tiger Lily, I guess, as far as some Project Zomboid. He's got a public Project Zomboid server going on, so it's pretty cool. Alright, so for anybody that does follow over there, I guess as far, and he was recently playing some Project Zomboid too, as Shoutout does mention. The fact that that clip there happened to be of my summer car, I do remember right, if I do recall. Correct me if I'm wrong there, Tiger Lily, if you're still hanging out there. I know you're probably just lurking and working. Probably on that Project Zomboid server as we speak. Anywho, yeah, we're gonna check out some contracts. This one earbud is still super duper giving me trouble, so just give me a second here, folks. Bear with me. Appreciate the patience. As many times that I have changed one stinking earbud, and so in my, particularly in my right ear, it does not want to stay in there. We're gonna do that. There we go. Let's try that out. See how long that works for us. All right, so let's check out some contracts, as I was saying. Let's go into that particular menu. That's contract thing. So I do got better contracts applied in here, and that's what that is. We're just gonna do standard. We don't need to change any of that. Let's see what we do have currently available, and we get a chance, I guess, as far as to see some of the custom NPCs that we do have in here as well. So we got some cultivating, a lot of cultivating jobs, fertilizing, a lot of fertilizing. Let's see if they did have any harvesting jobs. We got one on field 2. He's harvesting some wheat to put it into the cow food mixer over there. Interesting. I did not know it was going to actually. So the cow food mixer, for clarity, I guess, as far as is what it says, and that's at the Dennis Jenkins cow food thing. I did not know that would actually count that as a sell point. That's pretty interesting, actually. So they want some wheat over there at the Dennis Jenkins cow food mixer. Might have to do that just to see how that works. I was not aware of that. So the cow food mixer is a production, right? And we do understand, I guess, as far as that it does have a sell point per se, I guess, as far as to that. So this is what this particular contract is requiring. It's as far as to harvest the wheat on field 2. We can check this out real quick. Let's go to field 2. Field 2 is right over here. And the Dennis Jenkins farm is right down here. So the fact that we don't have any of these bought, I might have to try that out just to see how that works. Because I don't think that should really be an option. And it might be something that I haven't become aware, I guess, as far as that. That's the first that I've seen one anyway. As far as to take that over to an actual production. I think what we'll do is we'll have Abel, I guess, as far as to provide us the equipment, I guess, as far as to do that. He owns field 2 here. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and harvest this for him and take it over to the Dennis Jenkins cow food mixer. Try this out. Let's accept it. Alright, so we should have all that stuff available at the store. I think that's at the default. Hope I didn't boo-boo. Oh shoot. So I accepted it, but I did not lease the items. Oh crap. Alright, well, guys, we're gonna have to use our own stuff. Okay, no problem. No problem. I do have store deliveries applied in here as well, so where's my tractor? We're gonna make this work. I boo-booed a little bit to not lease the equipment, but we'll make good on this. So we're gonna take this trailer. we do need to harvest some wheat over in field 2. Now, it should be showing. Let's confirm that it does do that. So in field 2, it is blinking. Let us know we do have a contract going on to that. So, okay. That's working so far. What I don't know 100% is going to work is it going to let us put that wheat into that cow food mixer over at the Dennis Jenkins farm. Cow farm. I'm pretty interested to see how this works. That's the first time I've seen selling to a production that we don't own. That's basically what that cow food mixer is. Let's go check it out. So what I'll do is I'll move the store deliveries over to field 2. We'll get ourselves a harvester and a grain header. And then I'm taking our tractor and trailer just as far as to be able to unload, I guess, as far as that. I'll just go ahead and lease over at field 2 here, I guess, a harvester and a grain header. That's all. No harm, no foul. It's all good to go. Be Gucci. Alright, so this... Wait, did I pass it? I did pass it. Son of a gun. I passed it. Whoops. Gotta turn back around here. I passed it. I knew it wasn't that far away. I just happened to look down in the PDA. Field 2 is right over here. Kind of right next door to where our main farm is. There we go. Here's field 2. This should have some corn, I'm assuming. Or wheat, my bad. Yeah, we're doing wheat. Cool. So now what I need to do is... I can put that right in the road here. So we don't have any traffic on these roads. The only place there is traffic is in town. So that's kind of by design as well. Put the store there. We're going to get ourselves a harvester. Let's go into harvesters. We're going to get this guy. That'll work. Release that and a grain header. Okay. We'll go into headers here. And let's get this one on work. You know what? We got the wider one. That should be able to handle the wider one. Let's see. That one is... Yeah, we'll get the wider boy. You know what? I don't know if that combine's going to be able to handle that. That might be a little too big. I have play tested that previously, I guess, as far as to come to that conclusion. This header is a little bit too heavy, I guess, as far as for our combine that we chose there. So, let's just go with this one. Yeah, we'll just go with this guy. It'll be fine. It'll work out. Alright, we need some lights on the subject. We'll unfold it. So I just made the mistake of not leasing the items from Able, I guess, as far as I just accepted it. So that was a boo-boo on my part. I got a lot of boo-boos tonight. Made a lot of boo-boos tonight, unfortunately. Okay, why is that not attaching? There we go. I do need to put the roller down. There we go. So good to go to harvest some wheat. I'm not worried about getting straw off of it. Although we do have the ability on missions, I guess, as far as to pick up straw. We are not going to take on the option for that. Our game sounds too loud, folks. Definitely do let me know if they are. If they are, I'll adjust those accordingly. I don't want to be blowing on anybody's eardrums. It is loud? Alright, cool. Thank you for letting me know. gonna turn that down just a tad. Hopefully that's a little better. I've got it a lot louder in my own ear, I guess, as far as but in comparison to out of the stream. So yes, it's better. Yeah, this field's definitely got some weeds in it. It's not our own field, so we're not one to judge, but just saying. It hasn't been maintained very well. So the other thing I want to check out here while we're at it, we should have to take this right over to here. So where this exclamation point is, that's where it should go. That's where that cow food mixer is. So I'm kind of curious to see if it'll actually take it. I don't know. I didn't know that was a thing that with these productions here that it would actually allow you to take that. Now, the way this cow food mixer is designed, you can do, it's got a lot of different options, I guess, as far as for how you can mix the TMR. One of which does require wheat, one requires barley, one offers corn, and then you can mix that up with just regular grass hay or alfalfa hay, as along with silage. So that's part of the reason why we're taking this wheat per this contract over to that cow food mixer. I guess they need that, I guess, as far as to mix up some of their TMR. So in the process of doing these contracts, we're going to be keeping an eye on our alfalfa that's growing in. So we'll be getting to another month or another season, if you will, I guess, as far as by the time we roll over to September. So we should get that first growth stage of that alfalfa anyway. Thanks for letting me know that it is better. Yeah, I definitely don't want to be blowing anybody's eardrums though. Nothing worse, I guess, as far as in having stream audio, I guess, as far as just overtaking voice volume. Yeah, so I intend at least to go as long as to see that alfalfa completely grow in, and that we can mow it, so on and so forth. Definitely want to make sure that's all going to work as intended, as designed. The fact that we even had to plant it in comparison to it should already been there by design, that was partially, like I've already mentioned, my what I didn't take note of up until now, completely pulling out the sugarcane, that must have adjusted some things that I didn't realize. So yeah, that's definitely another fair mention. If it hasn't been made clear, there's no sugarcane to be applied to this map. It does not. There's no support for sugarcane on this map. Sugar beets, no problem, but sugarcane, no. So the only thing that does show up for sugarcane is in the crop calendar, which seems to be hard-coded into... Oh, so it passed midnight, so anything that we have leased or whatever we had to pay for. So there we go. To include this combine. Whoops. Hopefully this does give you a little bit of an idea of, you know, what the edges of the field, you know, as far as what particular obstacles are in the way and what have you. Most of these field layouts are much similar, I guess, as far as to what it was in the FS19 version of the standard size map. So a lot of the field shapes and locations have not changed. So some of this should be familiar to some. Yep, so really not a whole lot of modeling going on. I guess as far as I know, I have deemed these type of streams here on Monday to be somewhat of the modeling. Not a whole lot of modeling we need to do at this point. It's more or less just, you know, play testing the map and getting it buttoned up and get it out to you folks. But we're taking our time to make sure that the things that we can fix, we'll get those fixed. Definitely going to get those things fixed. We're already getting it out there to everybody in the public. Alright, so we're about a little bit more than 3/4 full. We did bring our own tractor and trailer, I guess, as far as to unload this. Probably what I'll do is, after I unload, I'll probably, now that I'm doing a headland, I guess, as far as this thing, I'll go ahead and hire a worker and have him continue to harvest this as we drop it off, I guess, as far as to the sell point. So we can test out how the hired workers work on these fields. Definitely always, regardless of what type of field it is, it always helps to get as far as to do a headland around the field, and then makes it a little bit easier on the AI, the hired workers, I guess, as far as to do their job. Oops. Kind of veering off there a little bit. Trying to adjust my trajectory there, and I didn't do a very good job at it. Whoopsie. Alright, we are just about full. You know what? I'm going to go back this way towards the trailer. And I probably won't make it to the end of the run, but at least we'll have the pipe facing out. I do have crop destruction on, but as far as doing these contracts, that's not relevant. But yeah, crop destruction is on for our own fields by default. Yeah, this is where I got a little bit sloppy trying to adjust my line here. Oh, and we're full. Alright, cool. Contract is 20% complete. Alright, cool. Let's jump in our other tractor. Offload this guy. And I'll get it offloaded first before I the hired worker back to it. In fact, this one offload is not going to fill the trailer, so I might just wait until the trailer's full. Yeah, we definitely got more than one offload of the harvester, I guess, as far as to fill this. So we do got the straw in the field, and I do have that mod in here, I guess, as far as to pick up straw on missions. I'm not going to do it, but yeah, we do have the option with that mod installed. That's a nice mod if you're doing even a single player playthrough. Yeah, we're definitely going to have at least one more offload, I guess, as far as before the trailer gets full. Let's get back in the combine. Oh, nuts. Shut it off. I was hoping to get in there before it finished unloading. No biggie. Alright. Oh, for crying out loud, wrong button. Turn it back on. Goofy son of a gun. There we go. Yeah, we'll go at least one more fill up on the harvester before we take the trailer over to that. So it's just down the road, as we can see per this exclamation point. That's where we need to send it. I don't know if it's giving the exclamation point because it's not. Yeah, we'll have to see what happens with it. I wasn't aware that would even be an option for that. I might have to adjust something in the XML for that, so it doesn't include it as a contract if it doesn't work. We'll play test it and see how it works out. If it works out and we'll actually take it there, then good to go. I'm staying super focused, so if I tend to be non-communicative, then I'm just trying to watch my lines. I'm totally eyeballing it, or just winging it. Man, we're getting totally crooked on this, or as you can tell. Trying to like gradually just straighten it back out. I'm happy with the play test for the most part so far. I'm just just running through my brain, I guess, as far as the things I will have to address post this play test is all. Most of which will require, I guess, as far as to disable precision farming. So there's at least the two things with the rolling of that field and also the needs rolling. I think I can take this same play test, I can save that, turn off the precision farming, resave it, and then check those items again to see if it does present it the same way. But I'll also do a new save without precision farming at all, and just run through the same motions to see what happens. I need to confirm that it's not a serious map issue. Definitely hoping that's not the case, it being a serious map issue. Whoops, wrong button. I pushed the brakes instead of the steer. We're burning the midnight oil here. We've passed midnight. We did get to September. So by the time we get later in the day here on our September here, we should have that first growth state of our alfalfa, I guess, as far as on our field that we planted. And we'll have to check and make sure that we don't need to fertilize it again. Shouldn't need to, but we want to check it nonetheless to make sure. So we are 30% complete so far. Pretty nice size field, decent size field. Not super huge, but it's a nice size one. Got some wheat on it. I need to refresh here. Appreciate everybody sticking around, I guess, as far as for the play test of this. We're currently in a contract. Harvesting some wheat and taking it over to one of the cow food mixers that are built into the map. Over at the Dennis Jenkins farm, so it's going to be right down the road over that way. So not too far to go from where we're harvesting this wheat. Oop, I missed some. Getting sloppy. Okay, so what we're gonna do, I'm gonna put a hired worker on this bad boy. Oh, you put the last wage. Oh, so we just went to the next hour and I paid him $1. That's funny. That's hilarious. All right, so let's get in here. We're gonna try out the hired workers to see how he navigates this field. Let's put some lights on. I guess I had one more step of lights, I guess, as far as hired worker when I got him going. I guess as far as he turned on that last step of lights. Put your pipe out. Yep, we know where you're full. That's why I'm over here. Oop. Should be able to follow the straw windrow here. It should be trying to keep my steering under control. Alright, that should be good. Alright, we'll see how they navigate this. So even without doing the headland, it should have been just fine. I always like to do the headland anyway, regardless of the field. And as far as obstructions around the edge, this kind of helps out the AI a little bit. It's kind of always the way I've always gone about it as far as using hired work. So we don't have quite a full trailer, so we'll let her do a couple runs and then we'll get the hired worker offloaded, and then we should be able to head down the road, I guess, as far as to go take that over to the cow food mixer. That's per the request of this contract. Man, this time is flying by so well. We're getting a lot of things checked out, though, I guess, as far as we got our one field all prepped and planted, I guess, as far as our alfalfa. Now we're currently working on a contract. We're having a good time, at least I hope so. I like playing a little bit of slots. So we do have some mini chat games to keep everybody entertained. One of which being the slot, so I got, whoa, that was a nasty pull. Cool, that's a nice one. Awesome sauce. Alright, so they're turning around out here. I want to see how they react here by the trees. This has got a tree line over here. Whoa. Taking that wide. Totally cleared the trees, though. Precision hired worker. Nice. Alright, cool. In that case there, I definitely feel that having the headland in there definitely helped. be pretty full after this. We got a little bit of room yet. I think what I will do after this this run here, we're going to take it right over there. Because I'm kind of curious to see if this wheat will get taken over to that cow food mixer. Oh, we're 40% done. Nice. Okay, we're going to let that hired worker continue. So far, shouldn't be a problem with them getting hung up on anything. Let's go down the road here and take this wheat over to where they want it. Get it from the cab view. Well, the map has been optimized as much as it possibly can be, I guess, as far as to not have any lag into it. I have noticed, regardless of what type of map it is, even the default ones seem to do it. Getting into night, especially when you have the combination of the sky lighting as well as the just the fabricated lighting, it tends to cause some issues sometimes. Alright, so it needs to get taken over here. We can see the even in the mini-map, I guess, as far as that exclamation point. Let's see. I'm curious if this is going to take it here. Plus, I've also, since the last update, I haven't gone around the entire map. Hence, a good reason, I guess, as far as to play test it. Get that shader cache, I guess, as far as rebuilt since the last update. Alright, so this is supposed to be where it'll go. See how this works. It's gonna take it. I don't think it's gonna take it. Alright, so that might be something I'm going to need to address. So the fact that this is available in contracts, I need to make it so it's not. That's probably why it gave me an exclamation point, is because there's a problem with there's no trigger here whatsoever for me to actually put this in. Okay, so that's something I'll need to look at, I guess, as far as to make sure these are not available in contracts. So I don't think double checking, making for sure. So I'm assuming the contract is coming up because, is there a setting actually in, let me look at settings for that. That should be that's under here. Okay, so currently active contracts, reward, lazy farmers, we don't want that. Higher difficulty, no. Field purchase discount. Oh, cool, there's a lot of cool. So there's really nothing in here settings wise for better contracts that debug lazy farmers. Okay. So it's interesting that it does. I don't know if it's with better contracts or not. That's something else I'm gonna have to play a test, is to find out that it does have productions, which is what this cow food mixer is, and the fact that we're getting this exclamation point is probably saying there's no sell point there. Now, by default, we are well aware, I guess, as far as that productions do have a quote-unquote sell point to it, because even if you don't buy it, for example, it'll still let you sell it there. So let me go up here real quick. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to make sure that these are not involved, I guess, as far as with contracts. So there doesn't seem to be anything I can do with it. Now, just out of curiosity, I'm going to cheat some money in here so I can buy this land and see if I can actually complete being able to sell it here. Drop it off here. So, yeah, let me cheat some money in here. And we're going to try this out. So, this land, let's give ourselves that much. Okay. Now, that should give me enough to buy this land. Okay, let's go ahead and buy that. Here, farmland, and we can buy this plot. Oh wow, that's got some loamy soil. Nice plot to be able to buy there. Yeah. Now, will that let me? So there's all the triggers for that. It's still got the exclamation point there. Okay. But kind of curious, will it still let me? Yep, so now it does let me put it in there, but I think that's only because we bought it. We're 50% done on the contract. 44% transported, so that's pretty interesting. So you would actually have to, this thing would have to be purchased in order to take it to that. Yeah, so that definitely needs to get fixed. Yeah, you don't want that. So it's either got to be fixed to the point where it will accept it without buying the land, so that it becomes operational, or they're not included at all, I guess, as far as the contracts. Alright, so that's something else I need to get squared away. That's not cool. Now, if it would have let me drop that off, that wheat there, without having to buy the land, then wouldn't have a problem. But obviously we do get a problem with that. That's a little bit of a problem. Turn our lights back on. Yeah, so the only reason why it let me drop that off there is we did buy the land to do that. Otherwise, it wouldn't have let us. Now, what I am also kind of curious about, does it still have the exclamation point? It does. So what I'm also kind of curious about, will it let us just keep... I wonder if it'll let me complete it if I don't take it back there. That's the other thing I'm wondering. And I'm not 100% sure if it's better contracts that's screwing that up as well. Alright, let's see if our hired worker got filled up again. Whoa, baby. Gotta love keyboard steering. That was close. That down. Let's give her a chance to turn around. I know I can drive through the crop without a problem, but let's see if she'll make it to the end of the row here. Let the hired worker turn around and kind of go from there. %60 done, as far as harvesting anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's up, True? What's happening? Appreciate the resubscribery. Ooh, gotta load in my... Hold on. That was 3 months on the Prime. You could use that Prime anywhere, and you used it here. Appreciate that. What's happening here, True? You get some hype in there for the resub. Got the emotes, spam the emotes. If you don't, exclamation point hype. Appreciate that, True. Yeah, we're just playtesting the Dairyland map, so we are finding that there are some issues. So I'm currently on a contract here that requires, I guess, as far as to take the product that we're harvesting, which is wheat, over to one of the cow food mixers that so far you would have to have the land purchased for that to actually to accept that. So that's kind of a problem. So yeah, that's something I do need to address to not include such things as the cow food mixer into that. Oh my goodness, don't mind my driving. I'm not using my steering wheel, just keyboard and mouse as we're doing this play test. I was get her offloaded. They should. Yeah, they did wait. Cool. Yeah, I think it said it was Elizabeth. So yeah, it's definitely a she. That's we've got hired here. I guess as far as to harvest this here. Now, what I'm kind of curious, I'm gonna continue to play this through there. I did take the one load over to the spot there that we do have an exclamation point, which I'm assuming the exclamation point is because, well, at this point we do own it, but we shouldn't have had to buy the land to be able to take it there. So when we initially took it there, it was not letting us drop that wheat off to that sell point that's built into the production, which is a cow food mixer. So there's one or two things I need to do. It needs to be fixed, I guess, as far as to the point where I can actually take it there without having to buy the land, or it doesn't include such things as the cow food mixer production-wise, I guess, as far as in the contracts. So yeah, that's at least a couple things I need to figure out, I guess, as far as with contracts. So if I do happen to play test further, I guess, as far as productions being included as a part of the contracts, then that's kind of a problem, especially if you don't own it. I guess as far as to be able to take it there. Now, it did increase the percentage of transported wheat, I guess, as far as from there after I bought that land. So I guess maybe, I don't 100% know, this is the first time I've actually witnessed it. That's something you have to take into account when you're considering which contracts you take. So if you don't own the land, right, maybe that's the thing to take away from that. So if you are checking your contracts and you see somewhere that it needs to be taken to, in this case, the what's the current job I'm on? Should be at the top. So this one's saying, so yeah, we're 65% done. It says cow food mixer, so you have to take into consideration where is it going. And if you don't own that outright, I guess, as far as to be able to send it there, it might behoove you to not take that. Otherwise, you would have to apply. So I had to cheat it in, I guess, as far as to be able to buy that land so I can actually fulfill this contract. So I guess that's something I did not realize, I guess, as far as how the mechanics of these contracts, including productions, work. So yeah, I'll just have to keep that in mind. Do I have any more of these types here? I'm just kind of curious. I'm going to scroll through these. So I don't have any more harvesting jobs at the moment. So we got some sowing, fertilizing. So that's unfortunately the only other harvesting job that we had. So we do got a baling position. These are two of the fields that are set up, I guess, as far as for baling missions. 6 and 16, which are, just to kind of show. So we got this field and field 16, which is near one of the smaller cow farms, right in the center of the map. So those are the two fields so those are currently readily available, I guess, as far as for okay. So I'm kind of just thinking out loud as far as how this works here. So that I'm assuming anyway, and someone else can please confirm with me, that if you've got a sell point built into a production related to one of these contracts you take, you have to honestly consider that, I guess, as far as if you take the contract. So if you own it already, then it's not a problem. you can be able to fulfill that contract, I guess, as far as to take it there. If not, then you would have to take into account to have to purchase that land to be able to drop it off there. I don't know if that's how that's supposed to work, but that seems to be how it's working here. That's been my first time noticing that productions are being included with the contracts. And I don't know 100% for sure if that's related to better contracts or not. So it may be something with the better contracts. I'll have to disable not only precision farming, but also better contracts to confirm whether or not that is the case. I think it might be the better contracts that it's including productions, I guess, as far as with the contracts. So that's something else I'm going to have to play test after this. But there's little things like that still need to get smoothed out to make sure that it's working the way it's supposed to. So I guess with all that being said, I can continue just to go ahead and take this over to that cow food mixer. Now that we've got it purchased, I think it should be fine. Now there is always the option too that if we did have to buy that land, I guess, as far as to have the access to where we need to send this to, in this case this cow food mixer, we could always sell the land back once we're done with the contract. So there is that. In fact, that might be the way I'll go about it. Let's see if she's gonna make that turn. So she might have a problem with these trees that are in there. We'll see how that works. So I did put a little bit of a headland there, but it may not be enough. Yeah, we're gonna monitor this hard worker's progress here to see how they turn around when these pines in the way. We're gonna stick around for this and see how this goes. So what I got a feeling is gonna happen is the hired worker is gonna stop short and miss some of that so that they don't run into those trees. If I know these AI well enough, that's probably what's gonna happen. So we'll see what happens here. Let's just see what takes place here if she makes it back this way. Man, we're already closing in on 4 hours. Good grief. I'll be running another short little 30-second ad, I guess, as far as in about 9 minutes. But hopefully anybody new coming in here has not been bombarded with a plethora of pre-rolls as far as coming over here. I do appreciate everybody sticking around, I guess, as far as even if you are in the lurking capacity, lurking and working. And hopefully you are enjoying, I guess, as far as the play test of the Dairyland 4X map here for being built for Farming Simulator 22. It has definitely been a labor of love at this point because it has been planned to be out by now. But there are issues that have been presenting itself much the same as... Wait. Is she coming back? Yeah, she's coming back. Alright. So what is it going to be here, chat? Without putting a gamba or prediction up here, what do y'all think is going to be the result here? My feeling is this hard worker, because we got these pines that are right in the way, they're going to stop short and miss a little bit of this wheat so they can turn around. That's my guess. What's everybody else's guess? Oh. 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 Okay. Well, this worked out. This seems to be working out pretty good, actually. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, look at that. This hard worker knows what they're doing. Now, the fact that we did put the headland in there, too, I'm sure it did help. If we hadn't put the headland in there, it might have worked out exactly the way I was saying. Nice. There you go. So there's your answer. So I'm assuming it'll be the same thing for each pass there. It's always fun, I guess, as far as to be able to play test to see what how the AI will navigate themselves, I guess, as far as around obstacles around the field. So even on the other end here, there is a tree line. Let's go see how she works it over here. Did she miss anything over here? Did she skip anything? We got a female hard worker on this deal. I honestly do feel doing that headland as far as going around the perimeter of the field, I think it helped out a lot. A lot. Now, you wouldn't do this normally if IRL, I guess, as far as to turn yourself around and get into the crop like that. But alright. You're offloaded a little more. So the other thing I've noticed, I guess we're making money as we sell it over to that cow food mixer. I don't know if that's the way that's supposed to work. Because we were down to 199,000. Get all the way to the end. There you go. Alright, let's see what she does. We'll probably have to get out of her. Probably do have to get out of her way. Look at this. This hired worker is a champ. Check it out. He's like, I got plenty of room. Those trees don't bother me one darn bit. Nice. Alright, another 5 minutes before another quick little 30-second ad. So we made it to September, so I'm trying to get a little bit more daylight so we can check out. So probably by the time we're done with this field, we'll be able to see the condition of our alfalfa on our field that we planted. That's why we're continuing to kind of keep ourselves busy doing some contracts and checking these out. Yeah, but that is definitely something that I'm noticing is when we take this wheat over to that production, it actually is making us money as we do it. I don't know if that's how that's supposed to work. So we made about, trying to do the rough math, we had 199, about 120,000. That doesn't seem right. So when I take another load there, I'm going to see what's going on. Just keeping in mind, I did give myself 300,000. So after I bought that land to even drop that wheat off to that exclamation point there, we had 199, a little bit more than 199,000. So yeah, just doing the quick math, we somehow made 120,000 taking that wheat over there. That doesn't seem right. That definitely doesn't seem right. We'll see how much we make when we take another trailer over there. So it wasn't 100% full trailer, but get a little bit more in the trailer to kind of see. Yep, so we're definitely burning some midlight oil. We're at about 3:30 in the morning game time. It's good stuff. Uh-oh. Coming back? Check to see what's going on over here. Oh yeah, she's coming back. Firstly, so she's not getting hung up in the trees at all over there. Good stuff. Yeah, I'm definitely not worrying about picking up all the straw, although we do have that mod in here, I guess, as far as to be able to pick up straw on missions. I'm not going to do that in this playtest, but if I was playing this through on a solo play, I would probably take the initiative, I guess, as far as to fill that up. To pick this straw up. And I would probably just pick it up loose, actually, and put it into the window storage. We get ourselves a window storage and just store it. Because I don't think right now, in fact, let's take a look. I don't think straw is going for a very strong price right now. Let's take a look here. Just out of curiosity. Straw right now is... Yeah, that is super weird that it's including... So that... Again, so I had mentioned earlier, I guess, as far as the direction I had to go with this window storage, right? So we were initially trying to design this as a silo, and this is part of the reason too, I guess, as far as I didn't want to have it as a production. It's because it does show it as a sell point as far as where it'll buy it. So okay, so we'll take it at the barn. It is kind of on the uptick here at the barn, which is at the northeast of the map. Let's take a look here. So it's over here at the barn. It should be up over here. Yep, over here by the wood chip cell. Yep, there's the barn. So it taken at $107, I guess, as far as per thousand. I guess we're at the barn. What's going on there, Cosmic? You got what on your Switch today? Dredge. I'm assuming that's a game. You have to excuse my ignorance on it. I wasn't aware of. Is that a game? You said on a Switch. So that's what is Dredge all about? You have to fill us in. Fishing horror game. That sounds like an interesting combo. Fishing horror game. So what does that involve there? You have to divulge us, I guess, as far as what's going on with Dredge for the Switch. Other than just being a fishing horror game. So does that mean you can what's the proper term, I guess, as far as when you fish? Can you actually reel in, I guess, as far as like vampire catfish or something like that? How does that work? So you get fake boats that are actually monsters, big fish, and creepy people. Sounds interesting. Sounds pretty interesting. I'm not usually all for, I guess, as far as the spoopy type of games, you know, horror stuff, but it sounds pretty interesting. So I assume that game is like exclusive to Switch. Exclusive on the Switch, so it's not available on any other platform, like the PC or other consoles. I'm making assumptions, but definitely correct me if I'm wrong. PC and Xbox and stuff. Oh, really? Dredge. Pretty neat. I did not know that that was actually something that was new. Probably not something I would play. Like I said, I don't particularly care for horror games, but I'm sure there's probably some in here that would probably like that kind of stuff. $25 USD. Wow. That's on the Switch. Or is that pretty much the same price for all platforms? Man, this hard worker's doing a darn good job on this field, I do have to say. $25 all around, right? Gotcha. So if anybody's looking for a fishing horror game, I guess Dredge is officially available, I guess, as far as on Switch, PC, and other console. Pretty much all platforms. $25. Do. Your boat got ripped apart earlier, so I'm upgrading. Nice. It got ripped apart. What did it get ripped apart by? They got sharks in there too? Well, the way you mentioned it, I guess, as far as boats are pretty much monsters anyway. It was the boat fish. Oh my. That sounds terrible. It definitely sounds horrific. definitely sounds horrific. Alright, so we're just waiting for, I think once this hard worker turns around, then we're going to get her offloaded a little bit more. So we're currently just working on a contract, doing some play testing. We're kind of killing some time too, I guess, as far as for alfalfa to grow in on our field that we planted. So we're making ourselves constructive and productive to do some contracts. And we're learning some stuff, actually, I guess, as far as to understand how these contracts work. It's kind of like an angler fish. The boat is like a lure. And it's a snake thing on O. Oh. So like, a snake thing, so not a snake. Actually, I think I get what you mean. So it's kind of like you got bait on the boat that kind of draws in the fish. I get the picture. Alright, let's see if we can offload this hired worker. And we should have enough in the trailer to go ahead and... Now, I'm going to have to take note of how much we actually make. Because that last load that we dropped off there, we made about 120,000. Doesn't seem right to me. That seems a bit much. We'll see what happens when we take another load over there. Alright, that should be good for a little bit. Alright, let's go take this over to the drop-off point. Your fish can rot if the cargo... hold, although they don't rot if they were caught by your net. Interesting. So there's actually an advantage, I guess, as far as using a net as opposed to not. Isn't that something? Sounds like a pretty interesting game. Other than the fact that it's horror fishing. Like I said, I'm usually not that big, I guess, as far as on horror games. But, sounds an interesting design. Alright, we're going to take this over to the exclamation point down the road. See what's going on. Definitely appreciate everybody sticking around, I guess, as far as even if you are in the lurking capacity. And enjoying the play test and playthrough, I guess, as far as Dairyland 4X map being built for Farming Simulator 22. If you need more information, I guess, about the map, besides what I'm showing here on the live stream, exclamation point map in the chat will take you to the official page, I guess, as far as for the build of the map. The map is not 100% available as of yet, but it's we're playtesting out to see what still needs to be addressed before it gets officially released. Alright, let me see how much we make here. Alright, so we got 119.7. Okay. Go ahead and dump this. Alright, this time we're not making anything. Okay, so we're 90% done on the contract. And it should give me a percentage on the... Yep, so we're 93 on the transport. Okay. So we didn't make any more additional money there, so that's interesting. I wonder if I must have had 199 when I gave myself 300 grand. So okay, it might be just for the fact that when I added the money in myself manually to kind of cheat it in there to buy this land. That's what it was. That's what I had to confirm. So you don't make any money when you drop the product off at that spot. That's what I had to confirm, because I felt that would be kind of silly. Okay, so I think we're okay. We're good to go. We don't need to fix anything on that regard. So yeah, I guess that's something. If now I don't know for sure too, and I will be doing some more playtesting off stream. I don't know if it's involved with just better contracts, that it does include the productions, I guess, as far as a part of contracts, because I don't ever remember productions being a part, even with Global Company in FS19. So if that is the case, you would have to take into account that if you don't own that plot of land, I guess as far as that has that production on there, then you would not be able to drop that. Yeah, so that's what you have to take in consideration when you take the contract, whether or not you have the access to that land or not. Because if you don't, then you're not going to be able to complete that contract as prescribed. That's something I'll have to take into account next time I see that happen. So we're just about done with this field. We're 90% done as far as what it said in the infos up there. Where's our hard worker at? Must be over on this side. Yep, there's the bee. Let's get her offload a little more. Yeah, but definitely what I did have to confirm is that we weren't making money just dropping off at that spot. Now anything more that we have, so we only need like 7% more wheat, I guess, as far as over there, which is probably about what we got left here. But there usually always is some residual. Is there a Farming Simulator 23? Yeah, for mobile. Yeah, in fact, I think they just released that. I believe they're, from what Giants posted in their blog, I think they just released that not too long ago. Farm Sim 23, I guess, as far as for mobile, which I think does include the Switch. Don't quote me on that, but I think, yeah, Farm Sim 23 came out, and I think that is all mobile devices that I think include the Switch. Yeah, there's a mobile version of this game, right? It is not cross-play at all, I guess, as far as with, yeah, so 23 is totally separate, I guess, as far as then. So, don't, like I said, don't quote me on it. I don't think Switch is included with Farm Sim 23, because I think the 22 can be played on the Switch. Again, like I said, don't quote me on that. But yeah, 23 came out for mobile, so like for iOS, Android, so on and so forth. It's always been a thing, I guess, as far as and we're done with this field. Nice. Cool beans. Alright, so right off the bat here, I need to send this back. So let's go into, hold on, I'm gonna go into the store this way. And I need to send this bad boy back. So where's our leased items? There's our owned items. We need to send all of this back. So we need to send this guy back. I'm done with it. And also the header. Cool. We're gonna keep the tractor. I made the boo-boo earlier, I guess, as far as to sell our own tractor, but I reacquired it just by leasing one. I'm gonna look into 22 for my Switch. Yeah. So, if I do remember right, Xbox, PlayStation, which includes PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5 at least, and the Switch are all included to work with crossplays, even crossplay, I guess, as far as with 22. 23 is for iOS, Android, and so on, which just came out not too long ago. I happened to catch a little bit of the blog, I guess, as far as that being officially released. So the fact that it took them a better part of a year and a half, I guess, as far as to get the mobile version released, because Farm Sim 22, as it stands, has been out since November 22. So yeah. Glad you decided to make a Dairyland for FS20. Hey, what's going on, Charlotte? Oh yeah, we've been working on this. I was just talking about that, I guess, as far as for the better part of a year and a half now. We're decided to do some play testing of what's going on with the 4X so far. And no, we did come to find, I guess, as far as there are some things that need to be addressed, but yeah. Let's see, you own the 17 version, which is actually Switch version, but it's literally just renamed 17. Really? Okay, so I wasn't sure going back that far. Generally, what Giants has done, I was gonna say this. So like so for 22, it's always like one number off. So like 22 is the PC and console version, and then in this case 23, which is one number up, is usually the mobile version. So like in 17, I thought it would have been 18. 19 had 20 as far as for the mobile, and so on and so forth. There was no 21, so we saw from 19 to 22. So there was no 21 at all. Alright, so we'll go drop this off. Yeah, it's been... So, Charlotte, yeah, we have been working on this for the better part of a year and a half. I haven't put a lot of information out there. I do have a page set up, much the same as I had for the 19 version of the map. Exclamation point map in the chat will give you that information. So we're just play testing it at this point, just to make sure everything is working as expected. And the contract's finished. There we go. So we didn't have a whole heck of a lot of residual on that, but there you go. So that contract is done. Ooh, so we must have beets or potatoes on these fields. I was checking that out. There is an issue, for example, with how this presents itself. This is a boo-boo in here. So I don't know if this necessarily happened prior to me completely ripping out and gutting the sugarcane out of the map. I do have to look into that. Also, when we tried to roll this field, after we seeded it, it would not let it roll. So I don't know if that's an issue with the precision farming, or if it's something with the info layers that involve. So far everything else seems to work other than the rolling and how it's presenting needs plowing. So this seems to be more of an issue of, so we did convert this map from a standard size map to a 4x, and I think I might have just missed upscaling this file that holds this information, because we can see this red blob right here should be on field 9, and then the other opposing field. So that's the only two issues that I see. So what I'm going to end up doing post stream is to do a playtest without precision farming and without better contracts, because we just did a contract that allowed us to take to a production, which is one of the cow food mixers that is designed as a production. I didn't even know that was a thing. I'm thinking that's more attached, I guess, as far as to having better contracts activated. So I will be doing a playtest without better contracts and without precision farming to confirm or debunk, I guess, as far as that we have these same issues. So these are amongst just a few things that I feel still need to be addressed prior to official release. Okay, so where are we at time-wise? So we're just approaching 5 in the morning here, game time. We paid our last wage, I guess, as far as that hired worker. She did a pretty good job on that field, I do have to say. She deserved every dollar. Had no problems whatsoever. Okay, so we're going to head back to the main farm now that we're done with that contract. And we're going to check out the condition of our alfalfa that we planted earlier. So we did up having to buy this property in order to have access to that production point, which is the alfalfa mixer. So I don't know 100% for sure. I haven't had anybody confirm with me. That's the first time that I've noticed having contracts involved with productions, as far as a place to take items, to take product. So all the more reason why I want to play test this, because as far as without better contracts installed or activated, so they can confirm. Because let me see again here, now that I say that, let's go into our contracts. So we just finished this one. In fact, we need to collect on that. Yep, so that one's completely done. Got our baling. So I don't think we got any more harvesting contracts yet. So once we do get another harvesting contract, if we do get one, I want to try that out again to see if it does have it going to another production, just to kind of confirm or deny, or what have you. Or if somebody else can confirm that contracts by default, whether you have better contracts or not, have it as an option to be able to send it to a production. That's the first one I've ever noticed that being the case. So I immediately tend to believe, I guess, as far as it's related to having better contracts activated. Oh, what's going on over here? Oh, cool beans. Yeah, so I needed to check this out at night here. So this is one of the custom textures that we did apply, which is some mountain rock. This turned out actually pretty good. We had a little bit of an issue, I guess, as far as to get it to not be so dark. So yeah, I think that worked out pretty good. Yep, I think that worked out pretty good that way. Oops, turn our lights back on. Sorry about going through this soybean field. I think that's soybeans, yep. Looks like soybeans. Got some sunflowers in this field. Nice. Alright, let's go check out the condition of our alfalfa field. So we are just past 5 o'clock in the morning game time. I know y'all can read, but I had to sometime think out loud. Ooh, so we got our first growth stage in here. Let's see. Look at that. So our alfalfa's growing in. We got that first growth stage at least anyway. Doesn't look like we need to do anything more with it yet. Cool. So our pH and nitrogen levels are still good. Nice. That's our first growth stage of our alfalfa. So we made it through the first season, I guess, as far as you could say. We got it on 1-day seasons. So alfalfa's looking pretty good. Nice. So we'll let that continue to grow, and I'm hoping we can get another harvesting contract, I guess, as far as to present itself. Now I'm really curious about how those work with this better contracts. If we get another one that'll present itself and take it to production, then that's actually kind of cool in a way, but you would have to take that into account. If you don't own that land to be able to, then you would have to buy that in order to completely fulfill that contract. So, yeah. Alright, so I think what I'm going to do is get some sleep, just to get some more daylight. And we can do that right over here. Do-do-do-do. Sure, I don't know. Why is it not giving me the option? Oh, you know what? I gotta open the door. I forgot I did change that, so you actually have to go inside to get the option to sleep. Ta-da! So you have to go inside to be able to sleep. We're just gonna sleep till 8 in the morning. Just a couple hours. Nothing serious. Cool. Nice. You know what? It doesn't smell so bad in there, too. I must have put a halfway decent air freshener in that thing. Okay, so yeah, we just slept a couple hours just to get some more daylight. And our alfalfa's growing in. Let's see what kind of contracts we got now. I saw a lot of we got some sowing, spraying. Hoping maybe we can get another harvesting contract. Got some baling. Don't really want to do baling. So we got the one that's right down the road, I guess, as far as we took that last contract. What type of equipment are they giving us for baling? So they're giving us windrower, this baler. Well, that's a cool baler, actually. Wrapper. I don't know. Do we want to do it, chat? While we're waiting for our... I was kind of hoping for another harvesting contract. We can always refresh this. Get some new contracts. Baling, cultivating. We got no harvesting jobs. Wait a minute. We can turn these off and actually see if we get harvesting back. Sowing. Spring. Yeah, we got no harvesting jobs. That's a bummer. Do 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 do. I don't think we're gonna get another harvesting, so there is a lot of cultivating, fertilizing, and two sowing jobs. The only other thing that's enticing at all besides the harvesting contract would be the baling. So more than likely we would have to take this over to... Nope, this one's going to the cow food mixer as well. And that's the same Dennis Jenkins cow food mixer. That is just super wild, I guess, as far as that you can take it to a production. Where is this one going? Same place. Both these baling contracts are going over to the Dennis Jenkins cow food mixer. That is super duper interesting. Now, that is supposed to be mow the grass, feel sick, the bales, wrap them to make silage. Yeah, so they're requiring to make silage. So that's why it's, yeah, the silage bales are being accepted over. That is just super interesting. We might have to do that. So this field here is right across the street, right across the road, I guess, as far as from where that contract is. So I think we might go ahead and do that. But this time I got to make sure that I borrow the items. There we go. Let's do it. If it's right in that same vicinity there. We've already got that purchased, but it seems to me, and again, I don't know if it's 100% with better contracts or not, but if you don't have that area where that production resides purchased, then it will not accept it. So you have to make sure that you buy that first, and we've already previously done that. So just as the playtest, just for playtest purposes. So you went to Devil's Spine and Dredge, got eaten by a volcanic serpentine or something. Oh, yikes. That doesn't even sound good there, Cosmic. That sounds horrible. Anywho, so we should have all the stuff at the store. We did borrow the items this time. So we'll be taking all of this down to... You know what? I forgot to run another ad. I'm going to run another quick little ad before I get this thing going here, folks. And hopefully we've been keeping the pre-rolls at... So we'll be right back in about 30 seconds. Be right back. I'm going to continue to take this over to the field. Alright, let's do this. Need to go right over here to the store. Oh, you know what? Oh, shoot. I know what happened. I didn't move my store. Okay, hold on. I forgot I left it over here. So all that stuff is right here. Actually, this worked out even better. So we're a little bit further down the road. We gotta go down that way. Alright, cool. I forgot I didn't move my store position. This monster had damn scouts and were telling it where I was. Oh. That's not cool at all. That doesn't sound very fun. Alright, so we're going to put this guy on the front. And put this guy on the back. You know what? I got a better idea. I got a better idea. I'm gonna... So this is gonna fall right into that category of, you know how when some people like to carry all the groceries in at once? That's kind of what I'm gonna do right here. At least I'm gonna try to. How am I gonna do this? Let me do it this way. I'm gonna put this guy on the front. This guy was... Hold on. What is this thing? Oh, maybe I can't do it with this one. That stinks. I don't think I can attach this one. Hold on. Does it or does it not? I don't think it does. Bummer. So this is not the type that I can actually, or does it? Hold on. I think it does. Okay, hold on. I think it does. So we're gonna hook this one up this way. Yes? Nope. Alright, cool. Must be this way. Okay, hold on. This is totally out of my wheelhouse to use a different tractor other than a John Deere, but yeah. Alright, now we should be able to hook that mower. Maybe that one does. That's not the way this one works, I don't think. Let's see here for a second. So this should hook up to this. Nope, so I don't think that's the way this one works. Hold on. Nope, I don't think we can do that way, unfortunately. Okay. No problem, I had to try it. This one does not allow you to hook those together. No problem. Whoa, wrong one. Oops. There we go. Alright, cool. So I was going to try and take the windrower with us there, but this setup here with the this mower setup doesn't let us do that. Man, look at all those curtains on this thing that they flap in the breeze. That's kind of funny. Check it out. That's definitely something new for 22. That's pretty stinking neat. A lot of finer details like that. Alrighty then, so field 6 is right over here. Yippers. Alright, cool. So what I want to do, we're going to leave this one right here. We're going to grab our other tractor and do this. No. Undo that. We're going to use this tractor to pick up some of the other equipment. Yep, Felfa's coming in really nice. So that much seems to be working pretty good as far as how the alfalfa is growing in. Yeah, so this actually worked out. I forgot to move my store deliveries position, so we put it right at our old our last contract that we did. So we don't have as far to go down the road, I guess, as far as to get to our next one. Okay, so next thing I'll bring over is the windrower. I think they kind of got them in order. So you got the mowing, windrow, bale. Actually, we'd have to wrap next because we got to make them silage. So they're kind of out of order, but this chrome baler is actually a pretty nice one from what I've tested previously. That guy up. Alright, so making good time. So already 4.5 hours in. Holy mackerel. It's been super fun. I hope everybody's been enjoying the playthrough, I guess, as far as playtest of the Dairyland 4X. There's some good and bad things about it, I guess, as far as we still have some things we got to address, but for the most part, everything seems to be working just fine. Nothing super duper, so we haven't had anything happen, I guess, as far as that would require, I guess, as far as to completely stop with the playthrough and have to start over, so that's kind of a good thing. Looking at it on the bright side. That's kind of nice. This is all right here in the middle. You don't have to go all the way back to the store to go get it. Another advantage, I guess, as far as using store deliveries. Alright, we're going to take the wrapper next. Whoopsie. Oh. Please don't mind my driving. We are using just keyboard and mouse, so. We got some really nice default equipment in Farm Sim 22. We got a plot right here that you can set up as a farm if you wanted to. You can buy that plot. It's already got a field on it. Plenty of vacant lots like that, I guess, as far as in comparison to already set up farms like our cow farm. This is one of the main cow farms, I guess, as far as that holds a maximum of 250 cows. Alright, we're going to put the wrapper right over here. I may need to move these further out of the way because the way I mow this. How many pickup trucks are in 22? 2 by default. So just to kind of show. There's 2 by default. There's now they don't have any, you know, official branding, you know, major brands, I guess, as far as for trucks in here, but there's 2. You got this one and this one. I can't show them up there, and they're pretty basic options for us. So you can change the rim color, main color, or change the wheel setup. Nothing really too extravagant. There are modded version, I guess, of those. I guess as far as that do have a lot more options. But yeah, a Ute. Oh, you speaking of the like the Mahindra? Yeah, so it does have a UTV. I did get the. Whoops, hold on. I did get this one, I guess, as far as a. What do you call it? A bonus, I guess, as far as for it was either this one or the Mahindra. I can't remember which one. I want to say it was. I think this one comes with the precision farming. Take that back. So this one comes with precision farming to be able to handle the scout and the soil sampling and all that type of stuff. So yeah. So if you got precision farming and you get this one comes. But I guess as far as by default, this is a default. And it doesn't have any options at all. It just is what it is. And there is definitely a modded version of this one, even on the official mod, I guess, as far as it has more options. As far as color change, rims, canopy, all that stuff. So this one's pretty simple. So yep, it does have at least one Ute, unless you've got precision farming in here, and then you get the John Deere Gator. And then we do have that precision farming enabled, I guess, as far as to get that John Deere Gator. The Gator's kind of nice for doing, you know, small tasks. So we just need to move, you know, things around the yard. Kind of like a, you know, like a goat truck, I guess, as far as to be able to not really do any field work, but other than sampling, just to move stuff around the farm. Works out pretty good. Alright, we'll take... Oh, no, we're going to take the baler next. I need to move probably some of that stuff around so it's not in the way when we mow. So this baler, I need to check here. This one, yep, it does do 200 220 centimeter bales. That's the biggest square bales that we can do. Yep, so this will spit out square bales because we want to make, the contract requires, I guess, as far as to make silage bales, so we have to wrap them, bale them, wrap them, and send them right across the street. So we don't even have that far to go, I guess, as far as to take them. We're right across the street from where we're actually mowing this grass. You always at least get a handful of bales as residual, too, when you do these. And we're going to put this guy... oh, dang it. I meant to just unhook it. There we go. I need to move this stuff out of the way. Definitely going to be too much in the way, I guess, as far as when we're mowing. Oh, wow. I'm surprised they even let me hook that up. That's interesting. Cool. Now, there, with all the mods that are available, I guess, as far as unofficial mod hub, there's plenty of really cool trucks that have the likeness of, like, Dodges, Fords, things like that. They just don't have that specific branding to it, so there's no licensing for that. But they are definitely in the likeness of some of the more, you know, favorable trucks that we've come to know. Do all versions of 22 have mods or only PC? No, both do. So there are some mods on there that are crossplay and some are PC only. So it just depends. So like this map, right off the bat, as far as is not console friendly because it is bigger than a standard size map. Why do I keep jumping out of the darn tractor? Stop doing that. All right, there we go. Okay, so we got enough of everything out of the way. Yeah, so there are some mods that are crossplay, considered crossplay, that are all platforms to include console and PC. And that's what the majority of the mods are, but there are some that are specific for PC only. So Switch can have mods for 22. If it's crossplay, yeah. I don't know how that works. I don't have a Switch myself, so I have no idea how that works, but I know for Xbox and or PlayStation, yeah, you can download right off the mod hub, the in-game mod hub. So for example, if we go into the store, and actually you would have to set that up prior to your map start, so it wouldn't be in this zone. But yeah, when you go into the in-game mod hub prior to your map start, yeah, you would have the option to go into the in-game mod hub and be able to load up whatever mods. Now I don't know how that works on the Switch, but I can confirm on like Xbox and PlayStation, in-game mod hub will load up and you can download whatever mods and where to go. Alright, so what we need to do is unfold some things here. Unfold that. Unfold that. Alrighty then. So turn that on. Turn that on. A lot of stuff to turn on and on. I am not set up for this at all. Now, if I on my steering wheel, I guess as far as I have a lot of this already preset. Oh, there we go. There we go. And we're cutting grass. Now, obviously, I have to windrow it after we cut it. I'm glad this is built into the mod browser. I'm assuming. Like I said, I can't confirm on the Switch, but definitely consoles like Xbox and PlayStation. So there's one of the lime stations that you can buy from, I guess, as far as on the south of the map. So if you need lime while you're working out in this end of the map, you have that option to pick up lime. Guess we'll just do some hedgerow, do some headlands. Switch doesn't have a web browser, so it has to be built-in mods, for example, SnowRunner. Gotcha. So I didn't know that was the case. Like I said, I don't have a Switch myself, so I can't confirm. Oh, wow. So I guess I didn't paint some foliage over in this, so that's something else I gotta address. I don't have any foliage over here at all, I guess, as far as on this side of the field. I'll have to take care of that. The heck's going on there? Yeah, I totally missed putting some foliage in that spot. I've been playing around quite a bit with just randomizations of foliage. So trying to use more than just the default meadow, I guess, as far as we can see over in this area that I'm approaching. Which just has the mix of flowers. It gets pretty bland and boring, I guess, as far as they have the same type of flower mixture. Flowers. So I've got my own script, I guess, as far as I run to randomize, I guess, the foliage a little bit, so that it doesn't look all the same everywhere you go. So that forest area that we put in a couple streams back, I guess, as far as I think I showed, I guess, as far as how we generated some trees based on the tree generator, and filled that spot in right ahead of us pretty well. Yeah, so we'll have to take these bales right over there at that same cow food mixer that we did for the wheat earlier on our previous contract that we did. Didn't do a very good job turning around. Please don't judge my steering, my driving, because I don't have my steering wheel. I'm a terrible driver when I don't have my steering wheel. But this is one of the fields that is designed as a baling contract. So between field 6 here that we're currently on and 16, it's in towards the center of the map. So those both seem to be working pretty good so far. Are showing up as a baling contract. Do 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 do. This is going by pretty nice. Not a bad mower setup. Novacat. We're working out pretty good so far. Yeah. Tried to anticipate that turn a little bit better. That didn't do a very good job at it though. Whoopsie. Could have been worse though. We're gonna have to windrow this after we do this anyway. So we don't have to ted it because we're making silage out of this deal. So we don't need to ted it. All we gotta do is windrow it, put it in a nice neat rows, bale it, and then wrap them. Sounds simple enough, doesn't it? And then once we bale them, we only got to take them right across the street. So not far at all. Not that far at all to go, I guess, as far as get them where they need to go. Man, we're already closing on in 5 hours. I think by the time we're all said and done, we're going to have a good amount of time into this playtest. I'm already take into account how long it's going to take me to go through the issues that I need to address that we've already found out. Just a few issues we got to tackle. Nothing too serious, doesn't seem though. Man, we're just whipping through this field. It's not a very big field. You know, it's one of those fields, kind of like Goldilocks zone. It's not too big, not too small, just the right amount. Kind of the same thing with the field 16. Field 16 is a little bit bigger than this one, but not much. Not that much bigger. Should give me that. Let's say we don't own this land. I'll be damned. This is just letting us mow everywhere, doesn't it? Can we mow this too? Hold on a second. Oh. Well, that's pretty interesting. It's actually not doing, we don't own this land. Cool. So we are on a contract, so I don't know if that's something that they removed. I know it used to do it for contracts before too, but I guess they don't do that anymore. Cool. Not that I'm complaining. Just observing. Alright, I need to refresh this over here. Got a multitasking. Yeah, I guess it does mow over here. So, wonder why I wasn't mowing over here. I guess it does mow it over there. I just haven't gone over far enough, I guess, as far as for it to mow it, to actually mow it. Come on, cruise control. There we go. A little easier on my fingers. Wow, noticing it lagging over on the channel there a little bit, so hopefully it's not doing too bad for everybody over there. Be running another quick 30-second ad, I guess, for about 9 minutes. Just haven't noticed that too. Boat got smashed by Kraken. Oh, that doesn't sound good at all. Now, how big a boat are we talking? We talking like a fishing boat? Is it an outboard? Yeah, how big a boat are we talking? Now, hopefully we'll get done with actually mowing this field before I'll, before the 5-hour mark comes in. Kind of a tugboat size. Okay. But not a real big boat. Man, you can see all the suspension that's in that mower as far as all that movement. That's crazy. Kind of contours to the terrain. Does this make my butt look big? Let's see here. Couple more passes, looks like. Yeah, I'll have to take note of this too. I gotta add that some foliage over in that spot. That's kind of all bare. I don't know if we can get it in one more pass. Yep, we'll probably have a little sliver. It's looking like we're gonna have a little bit of a sliver. Yep, at least one more pass. Yep, one more pass ought to do it. I'm not going to worry about all the little patches that I missed. I'm not really too worried about that. We're going to have plenty of grass to bale. You can afford your first haul upgrade. Hell yeah. What, the haul? So it makes me think of that. Just what in the hell you gonna get? And looks like we're done. You know what? I got this little bit over here. And done. Alright, cool. Shut that off. Shut that off. Hold it up. Oops, gotta lift it first. Order of operations here, so fold it up. Oops, make sure I'm on the right thing. Lift it up. Hold it. Alright, cool. Move this out of the way. Now we need to windrow all this mowed grass. That means you can put more fishes in it. Alright, we'll just put this stuff over here. Oh, bugger. There we go. Nailed it. Alright, let's put that right there. That right there, and then we need the windrower. Oh, wait a minute. What did I do here? Ooh, metal. So we gotta hook up on this side. Okay, I get this out of the way. I think this dude would appreciate me going into his. These soybeans? He got soybeans. Potatoes. Got some taters. Stepping on his taters. Yeah, I want to move this out of the way so we got room to turn around. Let's put it over here. Good spot. Is there any? Okay, where's our windrower? This is actually a pretty nice tractor for being a case anyway. My philosophy's always been, you know, as far as the way I was growing up, if it's a red, you keep it in the shed. This one's actually proving itself to be pretty worthy. Alright, let's get this unfolded. You just gotta dig the animations that are in this thing. I turn it on, drop her down. A little bit of a delay on how that one drops. Okay. I see you. If it's green, you let it get you a bean. I never heard that one before. That's a new one. Oh, let's put it over there. Gotcha. I thought I was going to put it in the middle. Interesting. Alright then. We'll make it work. Let it get you a bean. That's definitely a new one on my part. Never heard that one. I'll have to remember that one. This is actually a pretty cool windrower. Most of the windrowers that I've messed around with, they've actually windrow in the middle of the implement. This one's on that way on the side here. Pretty neat. But even with this tractor, it's struggling. It's got a little bit of an incline here, but not too bad. She's struggling a little bit to get up that hill. So we'll need to bale it after this step, and then we need to wrap him. We're still sitting on September. We still need to get to October. The end of October, at least, anyway. So by end of October, start of November is when we should be able to harvest our grass. Or alfalfa, I should say. Whoops, I didn't actually mean to do it this way, but I guess that'll work. We're going right into the windrow we just did. Making a thicker windrow right there. Making a nice thick boy. This is not a terrible windrower. It's kind of decent size, I guess, as far as even for this field. I might have got some of that grass over into the ditch right there. Might have swung that out a little too far out. Just maybe. This wouldn't be too bad, hopefully. Yeah, this will make quick work of windrowing this field, that's for sure. Covers quite a bit of area. Yep, so once we're done with this field, we'll definitely head over to see how our alfalfa's doing. Alright, I'm going to, I guess... Yeah, so it's just going to go right back into that windrow again. So I don't know if that's how it's designed by default, as far as to go right through the same windrow. That makes it nice and thick. Good grief, look how thick that windrow is. That's a thick boy. Appreciate everybody chilling out, I guess, as far as just sit back, relax, and just enjoy the playthrough. I guess as far as we'll be getting into an official playthrough of this map once the map is officially released, which hopefully shouldn't be too long from now. As much as I would like to put a date on when it would be, I'm not going to bother with that anymore, because when I wanted to get this out there, as far as like 2 weeks ago, there's all these issues, I guess, as far as that have presented themselves even since then. So I figure I'd just play test this, at least show everybody, I guess, as far as what's going on with it, and what does still need to be addressed, I guess, as far as what might be holding up the release a little bit, if nothing else. It's not that I'm, holding on to it for myself, I guess, as far as to just be stingy, I guess, as far as now I want to share it, and get it out there. At least to give some explanation too as to why it's might be taking so long. I'm definitely not that type, I guess, as far as to put stuff out there that I know has things that are broken. And we definitely have some things that are broken and still need to be addressed, so. Kind of going through this guy's potato field here for a little bit. It'll be alright. You'll be alright. Definitely makes those windrows pretty thick, though, I do have to say. It is kind of a nice windrower, though, I do have to. It's pretty cool. It's different than some of the other windrows that I've used. There's another crone like this one here that has like twice as many of these reels on it that run. It covers an even bigger area than this. It's making quick work of this field, though. I do have to say, it's pretty cool. I like it. I'll have to take note of what kind of windrower this one is. This is a crone, anyway. There's an even bigger one than this tonight. Not that we need that for this. This one's working just fine. See if it'll let me windrow this over here. Cool, it actually did. Nice. Very nice. Something I am noticing I want to adjust, so it must have adjusted when one of my graphics cards updates is what is considered the death circle. You can see right ahead as far as how it's not showing all the foliages that should be on that hill just ahead of the forested area. That should be rendering in, so I need to adjust on my settings for my game. So that's not a map issue. We do have that all filled in with foliages. See, as we get closer, it's actually rendering in. It's not a trick of the eye, that's for sure. There's nothing wrong with your monitor. That's just the way it's rendering in for some reason. Something else I need to adjust. Oh, I'm gonna run a quick 30-second ad again. Just missed that 5-hour mark. Holy crap. We'll be back in just about 30 seconds, folks. I don't know where we'll just continue to do this, windrow this field. So other than getting into this potato field, it's actually letting us windrow even off the field itself. That's pretty interesting. A little bit of bonus grass. So we're kind of veering off, I guess, as far as when we get to this end of the field, I notice. Not on purpose. This kind of happens, I guess. Lady Emily coming in with the first time chatter. Look at you. What's happening? What's going on? Stopping in to check out the playtest of our Dairyland 4X map. Currently running a contract here, I guess, as far as for a baling mission on this field. We're just about done windrowing it. The next step we'll have to do is to bale it, and then after that we'll have to wrap it. Right. We're doing just dandy. How about yourself? We've been having fun, I guess, as far as so we're on our second in-game day, I guess, as far as with testing out some contracts here on our map that we've built, I guess, as far as for Farm Simulator 22. And yeah, so we got some areas we still got to fix. We don't have any foliage over on this side. You know, just little things that still need to be addressed prior to official release, which is still yet to be determined. So, I wonder if I can get one more pass in here. Not sure, we'll see. You eating some Doritos in bed? You chillaxing. Noise. You're staring at the bathroom because I need a shower, but I'm feeling like... Oh, I hate when that happens. Oh, many of the time I made the mistake, I guess, as far as of laying down in bed and not even bother taking a shower and just falling asleep. And you wake up here, you're even more ripe, I guess, as far as than you were. You gotta love it. Yeah, gotta love it. Hopefully that doesn't happen, though. Even if it does, it'll be fine. You'll just probably be that much more ripe as far as before you fell asleep. And hopefully we don't put you to sleep. I know I have been ridiculed by certain peoples, I guess, as far as I do tend to put people to sleep. So I try to take it as a compliment because, you know, be it at the time, we're currently sitting here on the Eastern time, I guess, as far as a little bit after 10 o'clock, 10 p.m. So, ASMR to the max, right? I tend to do that. I've been accused of it. But like I said, I try to take it as a compliment instead. So, are you just getting off from work? Sounds like it must have been a long day, if that's the case. Because if I remember right, You're on the west coast there, so that means it would be like 7 in the p.m. If I'm correct. Do correct me if I'm wrong. Do 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 do. ASMR Studios? Yeah. Sure. Yeah, maybe I should have a maybe I should consider a branding name change. Got home at 6, spent an hour on the phone. Oh, gotcha. I appreciate you stopping on in here, I guess, as far as after that. Yeah, we're just play testing this map here, I guess, as far as to see that everything's working. Wait, is that? Well, so we are in fall, so you can see some of the trees starting to change color. See that? This is something that is built into the game, I guess, as far as to use some of their trees that Giants has available. Oh, I fall in the ditch. Yeah, so some of the trees are starting to turn color. Pretty cool. So is this just knocking it down and then you come back through and pick it up? Yeah, so what we're doing now is we're windrowing it, and then what we'll have to do is bale it, and then after we bale it, we'll have to wrap it because we want to make some silage. So we got 2 more things we got to do after we do this step. And we're just confirming that all these different steps work. So we got to take it right across the street, over at that location. They need some silage for their cow food. Yippers. We're just testing that all out. Yeah, so there are some things with the map. So you see this area that's blank, it's just green, and it has no foliage there. That's something I have to address, I guess, as far as the map design. So when I did my foliage creation, I played around with a couple of different scripts that create some random foliage, and it missed this spot. So that's why it's like that. That's not supposed to be like that. So that's something that has to be addressed. So just amongst the little things like that still need to be touched on. Alright, so we're done windrowing. So the other thing I'm not sure, y'all see those white streaks that are showing like right next to that windrow? I don't know why it does that. Not really sure. I've done everything I can, I guess, as far as to not have that happen, but for whatever reason they still tend to present themselves. It's kinda annoying, but I don't know how else to fix it. I think it's just it's an issue on my system, my machine, not so much with the map itself. Alright, so we're gonna put this windrow over here. I'm gonna grab the baler next. This is a really nice baler too. So this particular contract that we're working on, we're borrowing all this stuff. This is not our own equipment. So we're borrowing the equipment from the person that wants this done. We're doing this for them as a contract, and we got a lot of Krone equipment. Cool. Alright, so what we want to do, unfold it. This is a square baler for the shape of the cavity of this baler. So we got to pick all of this stuff that we just windrowed, make some bales, and then once we bale it all, I'm going to spit those out, and then we have to wrap it with that other machine over there. Okay, so let's turn that on, put the pickup down, and off we go. Just a very chill game. I get a little bit of satisfaction out of, doing all the different steps, I guess, as far as, and actually produces a product that can be used somewhere else. In this case, we're doing this for a contract, I guess, as far as that requires some silage for some cow food. So we have a cow food mixer over at this cow farm that needs this grass. Oh shoot, I'm missing some stuff. And that's what we're doing the contract for. That blue machine that's right over there, that's where we gotta send this stuff to. Once we wrap these bales. Now what's kind of funny is the fact that when we as we wrap these, it turns in, so this grass, as you can see right now, well, so when you wrap it, it instantly turns into silage, which is kind of weird. That's not normally how that would work. It would take time, I guess, as far as for that to actually ferment. Now, the fact that we've got it on 1-day seasons, which is one of the default settings for this game, is part of the reason why it'll ferment as quick. But if we had it in longer days, then it would take longer. But in the effort, I guess, as far as just to play test this and see how everything works, we've kind of reduced, I guess, as far as how long it takes. Is about all. Yeah, this is grass. There is alfalfa that is built into this map, as far as custom. And we do have some alfalfa growing in our own field. That's right down the road. So we're just kind of passing some time, I guess, as far as to make ourselves constructive, doing some contracts while that's growing. So once we're done doing this contract, we'll check our condition of our alfalfa that we previously planted and see where we're at. So we should at least be to the second stage by the end of today, which will, once we get to the end of today, we'll actually roll into October, and it won't be completely ready yet, but going into November, then it should be ready. That's another reason why I put it on the 1-day seasons, so that we can actually kind of speed the processes up a little bit without actually running the clock, as we say. So right now I got it on a time scale of 5 without actually upscaling it and making it faster. I want to actually play test it to make sure that it's going to work at this speed, which is only slightly faster, I guess, as far as in real time. But we are missing some spots here, and I'm not worried about it. We'll still have plenty of bales to... I think part of the reason why I'm missing some, not only from my driving, but probably because these windrows are pretty thick. They're pretty thick windrows. So yep, just leaving those little patches there. We're gonna have plenty of bales to work with those. So yeah, so this is just regular grass. Nothing special, I guess, as far as being alfalfa, but we do have some that is growing even as we speak. Man, it's missing so much. Not missing all that. Must be a pretty narrow pickup on this baler. Yeah, so I'm kind of hoping we will get the chance, I guess, as far as to at least see the alfalfa completely grown in. That's kind of where I'm working my way to, just to kind of be able to show that. Now, what was supposed to happen, and this is something else I still need to look into, it was supposed to have alfalfa already on our field that we start off with on initial startup, and that didn't happen. So we actually had to plant it. So that's a whole other issue that I still gotta tackle post fact, I guess, of this playtest. So I need to figure out why it's not. I got a pretty good idea as to why. So by default, the way Giants, the developer for this game, has got it set up there, when you create even a mod map, it has crops such as sugarcane included in there. And when I ripped that out to not have sugarcane available to plant on this map, I think I might have broke something. So I have to see how severe I did that, and hopefully it is repairable, which I think from what I've dealt with before, it should be okay. It's going to take a little bit, I guess, as far as to get that all lined up right again, I guess, as far as so that our alfalfa field will spawn in there properly, I guess, as far as on map start. But I think that's the only... Those are just some things I'll have to tackle, I guess, as far as after this playtest. And I'll do that all off stream. And I'll definitely be able to let everybody know how that worked out. It's part of the other thing I'd like to show as part of playtesting. So that just to be able to show the results, I guess, as far as of what we're able to fix or not fix. We're kind of intruding, I guess, as far as on this guy's potato field, but it's not harming it any, so we're good. Look at all these bales though. Holy crap. Just pooping out bales all over. Now, I've got a modded, so the next piece of equipment that we'll be using is a wrapper. Now, this wrapper that we'll be using, it takes like roughly 15 seconds for each bale. I've got a modded version of that. It takes half the time. So it's super duper fast. I've been trying to use just in-game and vanilla equipment when I playtest, just to make sure everything is going to work like this. Pooping out grass, yep. Awesome emote combo there. Pooping out grass. Perfect. Yep, so I'm leaving a little bit of remnants behind, but I'm not going to worry about it too much. Now, if this was my own field, I'd definitely be going back and getting up this stuff I missed. I'm actually learning some stuff too, because I have not, even as long as this game has been out, I haven't been able to even come close to playtesting as far as all the equipment that's available in this game. There is so much in this game. You know, by default, it's kind of crazy. All right, we got this one last row. Yeah, so these white streaks that show up on the edge here, I wish I could figure out how to fix that. They do tend to go away, I guess, as far as you come closer to it, but it's, the fact that they even exist kind of annoys me. So the question always becomes a thing, I guess, as far as whether or not we'll have enough grass in the field to make a full bale. We'll see how this works out, I guess, as far as once we get to the end of this. Alright, where are we at? So we may have to go back and just finish up. So we got a bale that's about 3/4 full. So I'm going to go ahead and pick up some of these remnants here so we can finish this bale off. This is one thing that's nice about this baler. You can see the two that are already done, and it's got one in progress. That's when we're just going to go around through the field and pick up some of the stuff that we missed there so we can finish that bale off. So that's one thing that's really nice with this particular baler is you got two ready to spit out and still one in the hole. Whereas some of the other balers, they have just one in the hole and one to spit out. Alright, so we finished that bale. That's about as close as we're going to get. Let's do that. Finish that bale up. So what we can do, let's go up to the end of the field here. I'm not going to worry about the rest of that grass. Probably not going to have enough to make a full bale anyway. Okay, let's spit these out right over here. Well, yeah, that should be 3 bales that'll spit out. Ta-da! And per your emote combo there, Lady Emily, because as far as we're pooping out grass. Alright, so there we go. We're going to fold this guy up. Put this on the side. Now we're going to grab that wrapper. And not the kind that, you know, the... Not the... I was trying to think of a wrapper, you know, as far as like bebop and whatever like that. Not that kind of wrapper. Okay. Now do we pooping out? What is that, emo? What are we pooping now? Oh, just a plant. Gotcha. It'll be a grass or a plant. Okay, let's grab the wrapper. Potted plant, nonetheless. Okay, let's grab this thing. Now this is probably going to take a little bit. Like I said, each bale, the wrap sequence here takes about 15 seconds per. I had to officially time this so I knew how to adjust this one. So I got a modded version of this one here that goes much faster. So just to kind of give you a clue. This thing is actually pretty cool to watch. And this is something that actually exists in reality. Picks the bale up. And what this does, now the fact that we get instant silage out of this one after it's done wrapping, that's kind of a little bit OP, but just this whole thing, I mean, this machine is something that's in reality. Alright, so we want to drop that. I remember the key for that. It's Y, okay. Just drop her down. And then we'll be able to pick up these wrap bales in the next step. Right, because it's bale now, yeah, because it's potted. There, I got you. I see what you're trying to sell me. What I like to do is just keep it in one spot. So if you time it, this whole animation here, it's as far as it takes. This whole process takes 15 seconds. From start to finish. There we go. I've got one that takes about half the time, as far as a modded version of this. And it'll actually take the alfalfa bales too. This one earbud is driving me absolutely bonkers. Does not want to stay in my ear. It's being fussy. Alright, so there we go. It's getting about that time. I usually don't stay on for quite this long, but I want to see it through, I guess, as far as for that alfalfa to completely grow in. Normally more streams only go about this long. We're already closing in on 6 hours. This is crazy. Imagine real life how much of a pain in the booty. Oh yeah, now it doesn't happen in the game here, but in real life, yeah, when this thing jams, oh yeah, it's kind of messy. When the wrap gets all twisted and whatever, and you have to unjam it, oh yeah. It's just so cool. It's just got a lot going on there. So you got the arms spinning around it, plus the things that are twisting and turning it to get it in the wrap in the right position. It's crazy. I mean, the engineering in this thing is phenomenal. Oh, for sure. Yeah, so because to do that by hand, it's nearly impossible. Now there are non-automated deals like this, I guess, as far as that you can wrap it. So it involves putting the bale onto a spindle of sorts, and then you just have to manually spin the bale. So you got one person that's spinning the bale and the other person's holding the wrap. So that's the old way. This is the more modern way of doing it. Okay, so this is what we call marshmallows. You know, once they're wrapped here, we got a bunch of marshmallows in the field. They definitely don't melt like marshmallows, but they got the appearance of them though. Oh, gotta get it lined up right. Well, I love me some marshmallows too, but these definitely don't eat like marshmallows, that's for sure. Unless you like fermented grass as the center of them. Let's see, you got the new Pepsi Peeps soda. Haven't tried yet. Pepsi Peeps? Pepsi Peeps. So they got Peeps that taste like Pepsi? You know, we got Easter right around the corner, so I guess that's... I didn't realize that was a thing, though. Pepsi Peeps. That's pretty interesting. So, Peeps that taste like Pepsi. Interesting combo. I guess they'll try anything, I guess, as far as to market for the holidays, I suppose. Now, what I really wish, and it is kind of just that, is wishful thinking, that there was a means to hire a worker to do this part, but there is not. So just, there's a majority of the tasks that you do as far as the windrowing, baling and stuff like that, are totally hireable. This step is not. So even if we go into, it has the option there to hire a worker, but they don't know enough, I guess, as far as to go in a straight line, I guess, as far as to pick up the bale. I'm going to actually try this, though, just to humor it. With the fact that we even have the option to hire, I'm going to try this just for a quick second. It probably will just quit. What in the world? Oh, I see what it's doing. So, what it did, when I push that option for that, it goes into this task, which is something that is brand new for 22. Now, I've already mentioned, I guess, as far as way at the start of the stream, that the way that this option works, I guess, as far as it's built in the game, it's not all that great. And even the ones by default, as far as you go on the default maps, is kind of a little bit wonky too. So it's not a perfect science when it comes to hiring workers that way, I guess, as far as to do certain tasks. So I'm not even going to bother to do it, because I already know from what I've already play tested off stream that it's not all that great. And I don't know if I'm going to spend a whole lot of time, I guess, as far as to fine tune it to make it to work that nice. It would just take more time, I guess, as far as, than I have already taken, I guess, as far as to get that to work even the slightest bit better. You're gonna keep lurking, but I'm gonna try and get myself into the shower. Yeah, you do that. No problem there, Lady and Emily. Alright, let's go ahead. So we got one whole row of already wrapped. That's cool. So it doesn't take entirely that long, but for each bale, as I mentioned, it takes like that 15 seconds. We can only do one at a time. It's pretty cool how it does it, though. Gives you something, you know, pretty cool to look at, I guess, as far as while it's doing it, at least anyway. It's a peep flavored Pepsi. Oh, so I had it backwards. I'm trying to actually imagine that. A peep flavored Pepsi. That sounds interesting. Yeah, so once we get these bales all wrapped, we'll be able to pick it up. Did I bring that? I think I brought it over. Or do I still have it over there? Anyway, so we have to get the deal there to pick these wrapped bales up, and we'll stick them right across the street. Sounds simple enough, doesn't it? Pretty cool. Look at all the trees still turning colors. So we got someone way in the background there too. I ain't ready for that to happen IRL, that's for sure. Yeah, we're just starting to get back into the swing of spring. You know, officially into spring. Easter's right around the corner, like I mentioned, and yeah, we want it to go that way. While I'm thinking this here, Switch has. Hold on.
She didn't ram her on next turn. They can hear us arguing.
Switch has Farming Simulator 17, 20, and 23 on
They're
free.
called the cops.
Interesting.
Okay, let's kiss and make up.
Oh my god.
We gotta kiss and make up before the cops show up.
That's a funny clip. I had to see what was going on with that. They were playing that Hogwarts Legacy, so that was the last stream that I caught a little bit of that. That was kind of a pretty cool game. The detail in that thing is amazing. Switch. So Switch has Farming Simulator 17, 20, and 23. Yeah, the 17 seems odd to me because 17 was a PC version. So yeah, that's kind of interesting that they got 17 on Switch. Almost feel like that should be 18. So 20 and 23 makes sense. Me and him are arguing, and our neighbors in the game were like, you know, we can hear you. We're calling the guy. Oh, jeez. What was that game anyway? What game was that? In that clip. So the neighbors can actually call the cops on you? Whatever it was. Oh, that was Project Zombie. So, wait, is that a mod, I guess, as far as that the neighbors call? Or are you just role-playing that, I guess? On Walter server? Oh, it was a joke. Gotcha. Oh, so that was when you're on Walter server. I don't think, did Walter even renew that? I know he was debating whether or not. I know Tiger Lily has started up a new public server. Project Zomboid server, so I wasn't sure if you were aware of that. If you're looking to get on a Project Zomboid server, Tiger Lily's got one now. Oh, there's quite a few that have gotten on there. I think Nate's gotten on there, Tito, just to name a couple that I can think of. I checked out some of Tiger's streams, I guess, as far as with that. Yeah, and Ravoid and someone else as our neighbor. I don't think, yeah, he renewed it. People were getting burnt out, right? I know those like Scrubbly. I know Scrubbly got onto Tiger Lily's public server for Project Zomboid. Scrubbly definitely doesn't seem to be burned out. Probably seems to like that game. It is a pretty cool game. It's I could definitely spend way more time than I'd like to. So obviously, just as time shows here, we're closing on 6 hours of this game so far. It's very easy. You know, even though the fact that we're playtesting, so we're slowly approaching it as far as getting ourselves to October. I'm gonna check the condition of our alfalfa, I guess, as far as once we're done with this contract. You're starting to get the itch to play again, but just haven't done it, right? Trying to beat Hogwarts before I start. Right, that's kind of where I'm at. So I'm in the mode of wanting to get this here button up. I'm not trying to rush it though, because I don't want to get sloppy, I guess, as far as with you know, leaving things unfixed or untested before I get into something else. There's a lot of other games like that I want to get into though. I was able to pick up Construction Simulator. I like the simulators like this one here, I guess, as far as playlists. I had picked up Construction Simulator on the Steam Spring Sale, and that's one I definitely want to get into because that's super cool. You get to build a lot of stuff that actually means something, I guess, as far as, so they stay, once you build them, you're basically building the city. So they definitely retain themselves after you build it, and you just build on top of that. You got a small handful of games I want to beat: Hogwarts, Red Dead Redemption, Raft. Yeah, I know you played a lot of Raft and Skyrim, right? It's a little bit different games, I guess, as far as than what I've got on my to-do list, but yeah, I think we've all got our games that we want to finish, I guess, as far as from moving on to something else. So many of these games, you can get so involved with it, I guess, as far as just. Before you know it, it's like, holy crap, I just spent 12 hours in that game. Alright, so drop that one. I've got a lot of hours in this game since it came out, that's for sure. It would not surprise me. So this is not a Steam game. It's purchased directly through the game developer as far as Giant, so I don't have a means, I guess, as far as to actually know how much time I got into this, but if I had to add it up, if I had some save games, it's probably pretty close to 600-700 hours. It's at least. I got a few hours into this, not only from the modding standpoint, but playthrough. You want to finish Subnautica? Yeah, so we all got our games that we want to be able to finish. Cosmic wants to finish up Subnautica, cool. Only games I've beaten in quite a while, The Forest and the Sons of the Forest and Fallout 4, yep. Did you guys ever finish Sons of the Forest? I know I caught some of that playthrough, but I don't know if you guys got to the end of it. I know you and Canna were doing some playthrough of the Sons of the Forest, but I don't know if you guys, I wasn't sure if you guys actually finished it. I don't know if y'all can hear the sounds of this, but the sounds of it, as far as like, you can hear the material actually stretching. As far as when it's wrapping it, it's, you know, just little details like that of this game. It's just noise, ASMR all over the place. Here, let me see if I can zoom in a little bit closer. Just listen to the sounds of this. I mean, you can hear the clunking of the arms that are going around. You can hear the material around the bale just actually stretching. It's pretty wild. They thought of everything when it comes to these different types of tasks. Ah, so good. Alright, drop that one down. Yeah, we're knocking these out. We're getting there. Yeah, so I think once we're done wrapping these, I want to go check on our alfalfa and see where it's at. In fact, we can check it right here while that one's wrapping. Let's see. Oh, we gotta go back this way. Let's see where we're at. Okay, so we're in the last stage anyway. So it should be almost ready. Yep. So the fact that it's in that last, that dark green. We should be ready to harvest. Let me see here. It should actually turn this color. So we're on the very last stage. So yeah, once we get in past September here, it should be ready. Should be ready. So we'll check that out, I guess, as far as after we're done doing this contract. So without actually going over to the field, we can check it on the menu there. You restarted and took our time. I knew someone would beat it right off the bat within 8 hours. Holy crap! Not a whole lot of gameplay on that thing then. Figured there'd be more gameplay in that. In 8 hours? Seems like a pretty short game. I don't think that game doesn't really cost all that much either, does it? I always tend to gauge how much of a game costs in comparison to how much gameplay you get out of it. Now this game, with that being said, is a little bit pricier. Now, part of the reason for it being as pricey as it is this time around is because Giants has done everything. So they're not using a producer or publisher for their game in this version. So that's part of the reason why it's a little bit more expensive. But also, when you consider, I guess, as far as everything that is in this game by default is another reason. So the fact that by default this game is like $40, a little more than $40 if you want to consider tax. It's worth every stinking dollar, I guess, as far as what that goes. Based on how much game time, how much gameplay you can get out of it, it more than pays for itself, I guess, as far as... so that's kind of how I, just the general idea, I guess, as far as how I gauge games, I guess, as far as in comparison to price. Yeah, it was only $30. Well, I didn't realize it was quite that much. I was thinking like maybe 20, 25. So to only get 8 hours of play, I guess, as far as out of a $30 game, that seems a little high to me. Now, when I consider the amount of detail that's into it, as far as what you can do in that game, the crafting, that probably more than offsets, I guess, as far as the price of that. So even though you might only be getting 8 hours out of it, of gameplay, what you can do in as far as crafting, probably more than covers that. Yeah. You've been shopping around for laptops, I think, yeah, the set few, gonna say for one of them. I've had one laptop, and I'm not even using it. Got a 17-inch monitor. It needs upgrades like nobody's business, that's for sure. If I was to consider to use it for gaming, as far as for some of these new games. They've done a lot of updates though, and it's quite a puzzle. So you can take your time and enjoy the game. You can speed run it too to beat it. So, is that 8 hours that you mentioned earlier? Is that part of like the speed running it? Because if you're speed running it and be able to do it in 8 hours, I guess that would be different. So if you were to just slow roll it, you probably get a little bit more time out of it, as far as just to enjoy all the assets. Yeah, I've definitely seen some of the puzzles, as you mentioned, I guess, as far as that are in it. Some of the characters and the things you got to deal with while playing the game, that's super crazy. There's a lot of design in the things you got to fight, the bosses and stuff like that. We don't have anything like that in this in Farming Simulator. Nothing like that. Alright, so this row, we got the one that's off there. And then there's like 3 of them at the other end of the field. And I think we're going to be done. Okay, so let's go get that one bale. And then we got like 2 or 3 of them at the very other end of the field. Got a bunch of marshmallows in our field now. Not the kind you want to eat though. Wouldn't recommend. 8 hours to speed run to just beat it. Did it in 36 because we built and right. Yeah, you guys have yeah, you had a few streams, I guess, as far as obviously you kind of slow rolled it. I'd like to say you got a little bit more enjoyment out of it. The crafting that's in that thing is kind of crazy though. The stuff you can do as far as crafting stuff. It's kind of got a little bit of a 7 Days to Die type of vibe with that. Be it Rust or 7 Days to Die. Oh, we got 3 of them here. Okay, so we'll only be able to do one at a time. We'll do one at a time here. Yeah, so 8 hours to speed run. Yeah, even 8 hours to speed run. That's pretty decent. Yeah, so just considering just all the content that's available in it and the amount of time that's in it, that's a pretty reasonably priced game. In comparison to some of these other games that are... Red Dead Redemption I'll use as an example as far as that game for the longest time. Now, they've had it on sale quite a bit lately. But that game, I didn't think that was ever going to come down. That thing is always, not even considering the deluxe edition, is always right around 60, 70 bucks. And that's a great game. The amount of detail and content that's in that thing is never ending. But for the longest time, I think I ended up getting that gifted to me, I guess, as far as by a friend of mine, I guess, as far as that. That's something else. That's one of those games that I definitely want to get into at some point, is Red Dead Redemption. That's such a cool game. So whether I play it online or just do a, story mode, there's more than one way you can play it as far as a good guy or a bad guy. I definitely want to get into that at some point. Okay, we got all the bales wrapped. Now... Nope, I didn't bring that trailer over to pick these up, so I need to go do that. Let's take this trailer, strap that off. We're gonna go this way and go pick up that trailer to pick up the bales, but I'm gonna go past that real quick and we're gonna go check out our alfalfa field. See where we're at here. So, yep, it's still in the dark green. Whoops. Thought I had it on cruise. Yeah, check out the trees turning color, though. Yeah, so there's our trailer that we got to pick up on that field. When I come back or whatever, I'll come pick it up afterwards. I'm going to go check out our alfalfa field real quick. See how it's doing. From a visual standpoint. And we're going to go from there. Man, this has been a pretty cool stream. I didn't think I was going to be going for quite this long, but had the alfalfa been there, I guess as far as right off the bat, probably wouldn't have gone this long, but it's probably all pretty good. So here's our alfalfa. So we're in the... Uh-oh. Let's see where we're at here. Still growing. We're not quite done yet. So we're still going, so I just want to check it out to make sure. We're in that last growth stage. So the last stage, it should have the flowers and all that onto it, and we should be able to mow it. So yeah, probably not until we get to October. So past September here. That's why another reason why we got it on one-day seasons. One-day months, I should say. Alright, so let's go pick that trailer up so that we can pick up our bales. Yeehaw! So this is a field that we previously had a contract for. Harvested some wheat. We're taking these bales pretty much to the same spot that we sent that wheat to. Oop, didn't quite line that up right. Alrighty then. Let's go pick up some rat bales. Jump in the cab for a second, just enjoy the view from the cab. So you can see how it changes the level of sound, I guess, as far as from in the cab to the outside. It's another thing that's really cool. If you want to be able to quiet down a little bit, just jump in the cab. We didn't have too far to go. Alrighty then. Let's pick up our marshmallows off the floor. Alright, so we got to unfold this guy. Alright, here we go. And this is also something that does exist in reality. This is not something that's, you know, fictional. This is, again, just the marvel of today's technology, I guess, as far as to pick these up manually. So this is definitely something that works much the same as the real world autoloader for bales. So just another engineering marvel that's fully available here in Farming Simulator 22. I mean, we've had this type of thing, I guess, as far as available since, I want to say, at least 17. Farm Sim 17. So it's been around a while, but it's been fine-tuned on, I guess, as far as to make it even better. So the sounds to this is actually pretty cool, too. A lot going on here. So we got the little teeth to bring it up on that. Scoots it over. Lines them up, stacks them up all nice and neat. To see one of these in reality, as far as to work, much the same as this one does, it's pretty wild. This one works almost exactly the same way. Oh man, it's just so cool. Oh, did I keep it from taking a shower? I thought maybe I might have already done that. Well, let me keep it from taking a shower, that's for sure. That's definitely a priority. Being late. I feel ya. I feel that. Been there, done that. Okay, so we should be able to get a couple more stacks. A 2. Oh. Stacking our marshmallows on the trailer. So we got at least one more we can get. This trailer will be full. Can we get 2 more? Nope, that should be full. 14, yep, this one is full. Alright, let's go ahead and transport that. And we just need to go right across the street. Now, we did previously had to buy this land in order for this contract to be completely fulfilled. So that is something that I've come to find as necessary. So if the drop-off point, I guess as far as for the contract, happens to include a production that's on land that you don't own, you got to make sure you had the land owned first before these contracts are valid. Otherwise, you would just not take the contract, I suppose. Right over at this cow food mixers, or we gotta drop these off. Alright, we gotta make sure we get it into the spot here. Oop. Oh, my keyboard steering. Alrighty then, so we want to... I remember what the keys were now. So we gotta do... unload. What's this key? So it's gonna stand it up. Then we can set it to where we want it to drop, which should be pretty much where it puts it. Now this is gonna really suck if I don't get it in the right spot. So I gotta make sure, I gotta move it over here a little bit. Before I confirm that's where I want it, I gotta make sure I get this lined up into the marker here. That would super suck if I don't get it in the right spot and it tends to gotta push them in there. Alright, cool. Looks good. There we go. It's some of them. Sweet. And that is 73% done. Just as simple as that. Alright, cool. So let's hold that back up and go and pick up some more bales. Now, the other thing I want to check is this should actually put... I'll put the wheat in there, but I'm not seeing it putting the silage into that. Let me see here real quick. So we'll put the wheat in there that we... Oh, I see what it did. So this was the excess that we had left over. That's what it was. So all that stuff that was required for the contract did not go into this thing. So this was the excess that was left over from the previous contract. So if we got any residual, I guess, as far as off this baling contract, that'll go into that thing as well. Okay. Just take a note, I guess, as far as we do these things. So getting a little bit of stuttering, I guess, as far as like that, and I think that's it's still trying to update that cache, which I should probably purge the old shader cache files for this game so that it can load in a little bit more. So if you're seeing a little bit of stutter, that is not the stream or the game. Well, it is the game, but it's the shader cache. So the latest update that came out for the game is still trying to load the map in. So hence the little bit of stutter. Okay, let's unfold that. So if we do have any residual from these bales that we're picking up here, that'll just fill up that. It'll just. So technically, we own this this land because we had to purchase that in order to even have this contract be legit. I think by the time we get to the end of this day, we should have. Let me check here real quick. Nope, still dark green. Okay. We'll check the status of that alfalfa field, I guess, as far as at the end of our day here. Pick it up. There you go. I just noticed we just passed the 6-hour mark. I'm gonna run a quick 30-second ad just to keep the pre-rolls at bay. We're starting to get to the end of it here, so we'll be back in just a few. While I'm picking up these bales. Picking up our marshmallows. Nope, too far off on that one. Got some bad aim on that one. Come on now. There we go. Swing back around and get that one. What we call a pretty productive day, I guess, as far as you take the majority of the day to just do this contract. Nothing wrong with that. Alright, are we full? Yes, we're full. This one is full. Alright, cool. So we'll drop these off. Kind of cool, we don't have that far to go. Right across the street. Doesn't get any more easier than that. That was a rough turn. So, rinse and repeat, I guess, as far as on this load. Same as the last one. Oh. Don't mind my driving. Okay. Let's see. I had to remember which key it was again. It kind of does it in chunks. It's kind of cool. There we go. There's that batch. Next. And so on and so forth. Well, did it show the percentage complete on that? Let me go through here real quick. I didn't miss that. So for this contract, we are... Oh, it's already done? Get out of here. So all the bales that are left there are all ours. That's crazy. That's a lot of residual. Holy smokes. Alright, so let's go ahead and collect on that, I guess. You know what? We're going to leave that open because we still got those bales to pick off that field. Otherwise, I don't know if that's how it worked like it did in 19, but if we were to collect on this right now, those bales that we still have wrapped there, those will go away. Oh, I'm not going to let them... Wow, so we only had to do 2 loads. So 28 bales. So all the rest that's left out in this field, they're all ours. Holy crap. Holy crap. So we're going to not collect on that just yet. And pick up the rest of these bales out here. Now, usually it only ends up being like maybe 6 or 7 bales. This is a lot of bales. Holy mackerel. That is a lot of bales left over. So it looks like we got a little bit more than a trailer's worth. Holy smokes. That is crazy. Alright. Alright then. These are all ours. That contract's completely complete. Come on now. Get up. There you go. Yeah, so by initial count here, we got probably a little bit more than a trailer. A little bit more than 14 bales. I ain't complaining. Not complaining. Alright, let's see where our field's at. Still dark green, okay. I think it's probably not going to change over until we actually get into October. And that's about normal. Whoa, went a little too fast into that one. Oh, come on, pick it up. There you go. Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna have like one bale left over. Let's see. We actually might be good. That might be a full trailer.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
Yeah, what for? You know what? We do have we do have a racetrack, I guess, as far as on this track too. Not necessarily a pace car for it, but yeah. There are ways to have some fun on this map, I guess, as far as after doing all the hard work, like we're doing on this contract. So yeah, looks like we got enough room. This is a complete full trailer. Nice. Very nice. 14 bales. Holy smoke. That's like double the amount I would have expected to have left over. Not complaining though. Definitely not complaining. Oop. Actually, yeah, we got it caught on the road. So let's go ahead and fold that up. Pretty good close of the day, I guess, as far as to get that done. Oh, we still had some sunlight. Oh, yeah, I was gonna do it again. Oh, what are we caught on? Are you freaking kidding me right now? What are you caught on? What in the world? What are you caught on? Freaking kidding me? Seriously. Oh, it's like the toolbox there. What the? I want to let it go. Now let's turn it this way. There we go. Just had to clear the toolbox. Perfect. Yeah, we definitely had to snake it out of that. Alright, let's get it lined up with the marker. Whoa, easy. Alright, let's do that. Now this will just put it into, so this is going to be the better part of, forget how many liters, we'll check it, I guess as far as once we get it in here. But this is going to be quite a bit of silage that we'll put into this mixer. Let's drop it. Now we're ready then, so fold that down. And let's see how much we got in here. Almost 140,000 worth. Noise. So if we did want to mix up some cow food, we got enough silage, I guess, as far as to be able to start it off. Awesome sauce. Now we can actually collect. We can actually collect on that that contract. All right, so go into that contract. Now we can collect on it. Boom. All right, cool. Nice. And then that takes away all the equipment that we had been using there. Cool. It's one thing that's kind of nice, I guess, as far as with how the contracts work. So like once you're done with it, you collect on it, all the equipment that you're borrowed just kind of goes back to where it needs to, all on its own. Okay, so let's go ahead back to our main farm, and let's see how our alfalfa is. So I'm just trying to get it up to the point where it's ready to harvest. I'm not actually going to go through the motions to harvest it all completely. I'm starting to get hungry myself, so the fact that we've been on here for the better part of 6 hours, we got a lot figured out, I guess, as far as with playthrough of the map. And there's definitely some things that we gotta correct and attend to, but nothing too major so far, at least as far as I can tell. Alright, let's see how our field is here. Okay, so I think what we'll do, just to speed it up a little bit, I think I'll we'll get some sleep. We've got some rain coming, I just noticed in the forecast. Let's see if there's some things we need. Water and remember what this one takes. So a couple of different things that we can do to our garden here. So our tomatoes just need water. So we do have a couple of different options here. We can do tomato seeds and that. And we can do it this way to where you get more yield, I guess, as far as if you do these methods. So with the seeds and fertilizer, and then you can do the seeds and manure. I think what we'll do is we just put some water in there. We can just get some of that. Okay, so I think what we can do. Holy crap, I had to sneeze like really bad. It was like right there. I was like, whoa. Crazy. You can send a secret government emoji. Oh yeah, that's funny. Nice. Alright, so let's go to, I need to move the store back, I guess, as far as, gotta reset it. So let's do this. That puts it back. Alright. Now what I'm going to do is get ourselves a water trailer so we can put some water into our garden. Let's go here. Get this one that's in the aminals. Let's get this guy. That should work. Let's go ahead and buy it. We got enough money. We have all these yet. No normal hearts. Oh, there's normal hearts. It's less than 3. Just use less than 3. You mean that one? Okay, so let's go pick up our water trailer. And then I think once after we do that, we're going to get some sleep, and we'll actually get into October just to kind of advance a little bit of time, I guess, as far as to get that alfalfa to completely grow in. Alright, yeah, so I forgot about that pallet. So that was all some of the problems that we had. We thought were problems, I guess, as far as with precision farming, but yeah. The 9 of those, yet one of these seems like a bias. Well, they're just different. Let's see. We got a heart for everything, basically. Probably no different than some streamers. Like, I got my own too. For example, I got this one. If you are following the channel, you should have that one available. That's my own. Alright, so we want to put some water into this thing. So, one of the ways we can get water, a couple different ways we can get water. We can go over here to the Smiling Water Tower and pay for it. Right over here. Or, if we want free water, we come right over here and just draw it right from the river. We're going to do that. We need a heart emoji, an actual heart. Okay, yeah, we're gonna go right over here and draw it right from the river. This is gonna show that this is a free water source. We'll back it right up into the river here and draw it out. In fact, let me bring that up. Ooh. Get it over to the water's edge and draw it right out. Nothing like free water. Oh yeah, I forgot I got the bigger one. It's like, what's taking so long for it to load? Yeah, this was the bigger one of these styles. So there's a smaller one that doesn't take about half as much. Going swimming? Yeah. No, the trailer is at least anyway, not so much the tractor. Okay, so that's good. Got a full free water from the river. Alrighty then, so take this on over to the garden. Trees are starting to turn a little bit more. Ooh, look at that moon out. That moon looks pretty cool. We'll put some water in here so we can actually get some tomatoes in there growing. There we go. Get a little bit closer. Get a little closer. So as long as you put some water in here, you can get some plants going. I'll probably need to at least activate this. Let's get the water in here first. Okay. And so we can make any one of these independently. So I think what we'll do is we'll make some strawberries. Actually, let's do a little bit of, let's do them all. Do some tomatoes, do some lettuce, do some strawberries, and some potatoes, and sunflowers. Nice. Cool. We get a little bit of everything, and that'll spit out cartons over in this area, and then we do have a garden shed to be able to store those. Play hide and seek in here too. Alright. We can play hide and seek in here. Nice place to just to hide out. But yeah, it's primarily, I guess, as far as used for putting the cartons of tomatoes and stuff into. Cool. Alright, let's take our tractor and trailer, and we're going to get some sleep and see if we can get the alfalfa, I guess, as far as growing a little bit further. We made it through another day. We'll get some sleep here in the outhouse. Oh, for real? There we go. And we'll just sleep till late in the morning. Catch a little bit of Z's. Alright, so we are in October. Officially. Alright, where's our alfalfa at? Look at that. So we made it to... Are we harvestable? Looks like we're harvestable. Looks like this is ready to move. And nice. Alright, let's do... let me check it here too. So actually it is showing it's still growing. I don't remember... Oh, there it goes. They just had to give it a little bit more time. So now it's ready to harvest. So it's ready to mow. Sweet. So it took us basically 3 in-game days as far as to get it to full maturity. Nice. And we got the setup here, I guess, as far as for the mower. We'll go ahead and set the mower up here, I guess, as far as just a mow a row or two. And we'll consider this a pretty decent playtest, I guess, as far as so far. Well, yeah, we got this Nova Cat set up, just like we did for the baling mission, baling contract. This is all part of the starting equipment for the map under New Farmer. Okay then, let's unfold that. Unfold that. And let's mow a couple strips of grass. Of alfalfa, I should say. Now, this is where it comes into play as far as why we put that buffer of the dirt, so that even if we do cut into the grass next to the alfalfa, we won't mix that. Want to keep it somewhat separated. Alrighty then. Okay, so we'll turn that one on and drop it. Turn that one on and drop it. Oops. Thought I switched it over. There we go. Drop that. And let's mow some alfalfa. You're making a grilled cheese? You know what? That might be something I might have to do. So, yep, we're able to mow the alfalfa that we planted. Nice, so all that seems to work just fine. But being able to plant it and have it grow in within the 3 in-game days, that's all working as designed. Cool beans. Place some cheese on the grill. When does the bread spawn in? No, it doesn't spawn in. You gotta put the... That's funny. You're gonna be waiting a while, I guess, as far as you're gonna wait for the bread to spawn in. Whoa. It's hard to steer from that angle. Alrighty then. Well, there you have it, folks. 6.5 hours in later. Been able to play test, I guess, as far as quite a few things here on the map. Some things that we do still need to get, you know, pay a little bit of attention to, and other things are working pretty good. So, hope y'all enjoyed, I guess, as far as this play tester, I guess, as far as of the Dairyland 4X map. And we'll be streaming here next, no later than on Wednesday. Tuesday, more than likely, we'll not be able to squeeze one in there, but if anything does change, do make sure, if you're not already, on the Rock Nation Discord, follow me on the Twitter. Those links are posted on the channel. Definitely feel free to check those out, I guess, as far as to not miss anything that's happening here on the channel. Don't forget that there is the 5-year Twitch anniversary that we'll be celebrating this Saturday for Smiley Line Studios Saturday. So do hope to see you then, I guess, as far as to as well. So if we don't see you on Wednesday, hopefully by Saturday, join in on the celebration, I guess, as far as the 5 years here on Twitch. Do hope to see you all there. So it's looking like I can pretty much finish up this field. It's not a very big field. We'll finish it up there, but yeah, once we get this mode, I'm gonna wrap this up here. POV tractor, it's Pebble and flies to Mars. Yep. It's not necessarily so the physics in this game aren't quite that bad. Not quite that bad, but and thank goodness for that, I suppose. All right, so yeah, we'll just go ahead and finish this up here. It's going through here. We would definitely have to windrow this on top of mowing it, just like we did that baling mission earlier. But yeah, we should be able to finish this up here in a couple more swipes. Look at all the trees. Look at how much they've changed this and that. So we're completely into autumn, officially into October. So you're literally just having grilled cheese and with no bread? Is that what you're telling me? Literally just the grilled cheese. I mean, that works too. We are in the process here of wrapping things up here. I'm trying to multitask here, so I'm going to see who we got streaming here that we want to raid out to, I guess, as far as the end of stream. Taking a look. This is hard to do, trying to multitask. Man, where's all the homies at? And there ain't nobody streaming I want to go to. Let's see, the cheese looks a little dark. Is that maybe just a little bit. Maybe just a little bit. Yeah, I think that might be what I might have to do too, as far as have some grilled cheese. Sounds actually pretty good. I haven't had one of those in a hot minute. When do you add the breads? Oh, I don't know about you, but usually I add the breads, I guess, as far as prior to putting it on the grill. That might be just me. That might be just me. Alright, so we got this last row here. So I'm not finding anyone right off the bat there, but do feel free, I guess, as far as to stick around, I guess, as far as for... I'll take another closer look, I guess, as far as what we rate out to once we end stream. Very much appreciated for anybody that did come around. We had True Man of War with the resub. 3 months on the Prime. Appreciate that there, True Man of War. And everybody else that did drop by. Cosmic Void. Lady Emily. We had Casual chime in. Had a really good time. Hope to see everybody next year on the channel, I guess, as far as come Wednesday. Continuing the playthrough of Monbazoo here for whatever Wednesday. You all have a fantastic rest of your night, morning, wherever you happen to be in the world, and we'll see you again real soon. Later, everybody. Bye for now. It's called grilled. Who's going outside to light the grill? So you're not doing it in the inside. I got you. All right. Sorry about that, Cosmic. We hope to see you again next time. See ya. See ya later.